A confirmation regarding the audio, please, guys. If you're able to hear me out perfectly well, kindly confirm the same. Thank you. Pranay, Arctic amplification can lead to slowdown of AMOC? Yes, it does. Is this portion, Biswajit, is this portion going to be easier than the previous one? Much, much easier. This is the portion of Indian geography, and in fact, it is very theoretical as well. So the applications of physical geography will work here as well. Shruti, you can revise from the recorded sessions, the recorded lectures which are there. Very good to hear that, Pranay. Pratyaksh, these are the winds that you talk about in the case of the winds blowing from West Asia into the region of Mumbai. These are not a part of the permanent wind systems. These come into existence during these hot conditions, and that is where they also form during the warm summers. They also form a kind of a warm advection in the northern India, particularly. It doesn't come into the southern part of the country, and that is where we have the Loo as well, a part of it. Amit, we will have a session on Monday as well. Okay. So, hello, a very warm good afternoon and good evening to all of you, and welcome to Byju's Exam Prep IS. Welcome to another session of geography, and welcome to the portion of Indian geography. Now, in the past few weeks, we have covered the portion of physical geography, and we have covered the world when it comes to understanding what are the various different features of climate, oceanic currents, oceanic circulation, oceanic water, the rain patterns, the wind patterns. All of that we have taken a look at it from the world perspective, from the global perspective. And the purpose behind all of it is very simple: to help us understand our own country better. That is, to help us understand India in a better way. Now, in this particular topic, that is when we start the portion of Indian geography. First of all, we shall be making ourselves familiar with the aspect of location of the country, which more or less all of us are aware about, that where the country is located, and also the major physiographic divisions of the country. Here, we shall be following an approach which is slightly different from that of the books, and that is, we shall try to understand the formation of the various physiographic divisions. Now, here you might have the question that why is it that we need to look into the formation of the various different landforms and the various different physiographic division? So there also, the reasoning is very simple. Once we are able to understand how the regions have been created, how the regions have come into existence, that further eases our understanding in order to facilitate the portion of economic geography. For example, where is it that a particular kind of agricultural practice is followed? Where is it that mineral resources can be found? So that is something which helps us quite significantly, and the conceptual understanding will be much greater. So we will put some effort into this, trying to understand the basics of formation. Having said that, for the examination in general studies, for the purpose of prelims and mains, you don't necessarily need to know the formation of each of the physiographic divisions. So even if, let's say, you find the formation of physiographic divisions a bit of an uphill task, don't worry. Just understanding where the mountain systems are, where the plains are, where the plateaus are, and what are the island systems around us, that also will be more than sufficient. So here, again, for the text material, I would basically suggest to you that the basic NCRTs or the PPTs or the Byju's book, they are more than sufficient for your coverage. Okay. Now, without further ado, let us initiate the discussion first of all. Now, we had initiated the discussion on Friday, where we talked about the importance of India in terms of the geographical aspect, in terms of its location. Now, here we know about the fact that when we talk about a country like India, it is not merely a country, it is a land which is referred to as the melting pot of civilizations. It is a land which indicates a varied geography, a varied physiography from north to south and from east to west. So, that is a kind of a variation which does exist. And because of that, India as a country does experience a lot of various different climatic variations as well, due to which the types of clothes that we wear, the type of food that we ingest, all of them are significantly different. If you look at it, even if you move 100 kilometers from one region to another, the language differs, the food differs, the clothing patterns differ, the cultural traditions, they end up differing. So that is why it is a particular piece of land where you have multiple different civilizations, multiple different cultures assimilated to form a unique portion of the country that we refer to as India. That is why India is also referred to as a subcontinent. Now, India as a country sits atop the Indian Ocean. And in fact, you can think about it that when you talk about the various different oceans, it is the only ocean which has got a name after a country, that is the Indian Ocean. So there must be a certain degree of importance that India has, and that cannot be ignored. The major shipping lanes of the world, they move through the Indian Ocean. In fact, majority of the volume of trade is carried out by oceans nowadays. And Indian Ocean becoming more and more important makes India much more important in the region. You would have heard that there has been classifications as Asia Pacific, Indo Pacific, and so on. Regardless of whatever the classification is done by the world, this particular part of landmass, this particular part of the subcontinent has always been relevant to the world. Even prior to the colonial days, Indian landmass had been very, very important in terms of exerting and extending its influence in the surrounding areas. Even today, India prides itself with the fact that it is one of the net security providers in the region of the Indian Ocean, where Indian naval forces, they are amongst the strongest in the region of the Indian Ocean. So be it the aspect of fighting against the pirates and the piracy attacks which do happen in the merchant vessels in the region around Somalia, to the aspect of humanitarian and disaster relief operations, Indian forces have been the first responders. Be it a kind of a civil uprising or a civil war situation in Yemen, to the kind of cyclone-led disasters in the various different parts of Indian Ocean, Indian forces have been the first to respond, and that is owing to the location of the country. We have more than 7,000 kilometers long coastline. In a world, in a geopolitical situation where trade is very, very important, where economic might is equally important, so is the importance of access to sea. Those of you who are going to study the portion of optional in the area of geography, I don't know how many of you are interested in that, but those of you who are going to read about that, you would read about the fact that how historically countries, they have always vied or they have always aspired to gain access to warm waters. Because the warm waters, if you get an access to it, that means unhindered trade throughout the year. India has got that naturally. And also, the location also means that you have various different countries such as Nepal, Bhutan, Bangladesh, with which we have very close and cordial ties. And with these nations, the trading ties have also been deepening. The location also means that if Nepal wants to export a good or Bhutan wants to export a good, India has to be an important partner. That is where, if you have been reading the newspapers and the news headlines, you would have heard that India has unveiled a new foreign trade policy, right? And that foreign trade policy again has worried the countries of Nepal, Bhutan, etc. But that indicates the importance that our country holds in this particular region. So, be it along the land areas or be it across the water bodies, this is a quintessential part of the subcontinent that the world cannot choose to ignore. As we move and as we have entered into the 21st century, it is famously said that the 21st century is going to be the century of the Indian Ocean. In fact, it was first postulated by the ex-Maldivian president who made this very famous statement where he said that the 1900s, or rather the 19th century, that is the 1800s, belonged to the Atlantic Ocean, where countries along the Atlantic Ocean, they started growing up at a very rapid pace, at an incredibly high rate. They started showing a significant amount of progress. And that is when the Atlantic nations, they grew. In the 20th century, that was deemed as the century of the Pacific Ocean. That is, you had countries like Japan, South Korea, United States, Canada, North America, South America, Australia, all of them, they climbed up the developmental ladder. And it is famously estimated that this century is going to be the century of the Indian Ocean. And India, sitting atop the Indian Ocean, is bound to get a benefit out of it. If you take a look at not only the security aspect, not only the economic aspect, not even the humanitarian and disaster relief operations, India's location also means that we have very close cultural ties with many of the nations in the Indian Ocean region. You would have heard that from the region of Mauritius to the region of Indonesia, we share a kind of an ancestral ties and cultural ties which are very, very old. So that is why India's location is very unique and very different. We have all different types of climates, we have all different types of seasons which are experienced. So in the world of geography, it is famously postulated, if you want to study the world, first study India. Because India will give you the lesson which is implementable to the entire world. And as we have seen, it was much easier to understand the world climate if you understand India's climate. And when we studied the portion of Indian monsoon, you would have observed that all the various different phenomena, all the various different fundamentals, they come into play simultaneously. So that is how complicated the weather climate, the conditions, all of them prevail. So that is something you have to keep in mind. And UPSC tends to ask this question time and again, that what is the benefit of India sitting atop the Indian Ocean, or what is the geopolitical advantage that India has sitting atop the Indian Ocean? Look at our neighborhood. Take the case of China. Now, China, you would have famously heard, is building a kind of an economic corridor, which is going through Pakistan. And basically, you would have heard that they are building a port, and they have built a deep sea port in the region at Gwadar in the southern part of Pakistan, in the Balochistan province of Pakistan. Now, why is it that China wants to do that? Again, access to warmer waters. And also to nullify one of the major advantages that India has. That is, if you take a look around the region of the southern part and southeastern part of India, major shipping lanes of the world, they pass through it, and all the various different ships and trading routes which eventually enter into China, they pass through this region, which is the Malacca Strait. Now, when push comes to shove, Indian Navy is capable enough to block that Malacca Strait. And there it is almost unchallenged. If Malacca Strait is blocked under any circumstances, that would mean a kind of an economic strangulation of a country like China. A country like China, which breathes and eats on trade, can never withstand that kind of an economic blockade. And basically, the presence of the island groups, that is the Andaman Nicobar Islands, that further adds to the muscle might that India has. But it is not only to the eastern part. Even if you take a look at the western part, and those of you amongst you who are interested in studying about the various different defense strategies, various different war paradigms, etc., It was during the 1999 Kargil conflict where India came very, very close to imposing a maritime blockade of the country of Pakistan. And because the war was getting stretched for a significantly longer duration, the location of India provided that kind of a facility where the Navy could impose a blockade for any ships entering into Pakistan. That would mean economic strangulation of that region as well. So India's location allows it to carry out an economic strangulation, a trade strangulation in the case of China, in the case of Pakistan. But a prolonged and an elongated coastline makes India resilient to any such efforts from our enemy states and the enemy nations around us. That is the uniqueness of this land. The uniqueness of this land can also be understood from the fact that various different parts of the world, they have been ravaged, they have been plundered and demolished by the oncoming intruders. And those oncoming intruders, they have left nothing behind. But when it comes to India, from the time of the Kushans to the Indo-Greeks to the Sakas, everyone who came here made this their homeland. That is why it is referred to as the melting pot of civilizations, and that is why it is referred to as a subcontinent. Now, in the previous year, that is in 2022, you had a question which was asked that why is it that India is referred to as a subcontinent? And there you can write all these points about variety of climatic conditions, variety of geographical factors, variety of the economic factors, the cultural ties, etc. That is something which is found only in this part of the world. This much amount of diversity you will not find in any other part of the world. And diversity, not which has been brought from the other areas, diversity which has germinated from each of the areas within our country, and that too has happened very independently. The diversity which exists in the east is very different from the diversity which exists in the western part of the country. The region of the central part of the country has got very different customs and traditions when you compare it to the southern part of the country. But in all of this, you'll find one commonality. Regardless of the culture, traditions, regardless of the part of the country that we belong from, there is one common thread which binds us all. And that is the reverence to nature, the reverence to our shared past. And that is something which holds particularly a bright light, a bright beacon for a country entering into 21st century. So this is a century which ideally is referred to as the Asian century. And when we enter into the Asian century, no one can ignore one of the sleeping giants who is waking up again, and that is the country of India. So here, with that, we initiate the discussion. We initiate the discussion for the various other locational factors and also the various different physiographic divisions. So here, when we talk about it, so India is lying entirely in the northern hemisphere. Obviously, I'm sure nobody has got any doubt in it, because equator is something which is to the south of the country. Now the extent of the country, that is the geographical spread of the country, lies between 8 degree 4 minutes north and 37 degree 6 minutes north latitude. And the east to west extent is from 68 degrees east to roughly around 97 degrees east. So more or less the spread is almost similar. Having said that, when you consider the southernmost point is the Indira Point, which lies in the region of Andaman Nicobar Islands. So that is at 6 degree 45 minutes north. Okay. Now, here India is divided by the Tropic of Cancer in almost 2 equal parts. Okay. Now, here this is the spread, that is the geographical spread of the country. From north to south, if you look at it, the spread is roughly around 3214 kilometers. North to south spread is around 3214 kilometers, and east to west spread is almost similar, that is around 2933 kilometers. So the north to south and the east to west extent is more or less very similar in the country, which tells you how broad and how wide and how large this particular landmass is. Now here, when we talk about our neighbors, so we share our international boundary. We have a very long international boundary, 6,000 kilometers plus over the landmass, 7,000 kilometers plus over the water bodies as well. And that provides us with a very, very unique advantage, both in the case of land trade as well as in the case of oceanic trade. In both of them, we have a very unique advantage. Now, if I ask you, which is the country with which India shares its largest border, longest border is shared between India and which other country? Very good. It is Bangladesh. India shares its longest border with Bangladesh. And the shortest border is shared between India and which other country? The smallest border. Beautiful. The shortest border is shared between India and Afghanistan. Yes, Afghanistan is our natural neighbor. If you look carefully at the map, this is where we share our border with Afghanistan. So when we talk about that, as we'll come into the portion of India and its neighbors, here you will find that India shares its land boundary with Myanmar, China, Bhutan, Nepal, Afghanistan, Pakistan, Bangladesh, with its longest border being with Bangladesh and the shortest one with Afghanistan. Now, Sri Lanka and Maldives are the two island countries located in the Indian Ocean, and they also are our neighbors. Now here, we have very few states which do not share any kind of international boundary. Very few states. Which are those? You have Haryana, you have Madhya Pradesh, you have Chhattisgarh, you have Jharkhand, and you have Telangana, along with the Delhi National Capital Region. These are the 5 major states which don't share any international boundary. Be it the coastal states. Please understand that when we talk about Maharashtra, when we talk about Odisha, when we talk about Goa, Karnataka, Kerala, they also share an international boundary. It is not as if because you don't have a land boundary doesn't mean it is not an international boundary. And that is basically typically because from your childhood days, the conditioning has been such that international boundary between India and Pakistan, boundary between India and China. Right? That is why we come to an understanding that, okay, that is only the international boundary. Even the maritime boundary that you consider, that is also an international boundary. So all the coastal states, they indicate an international boundary. So you have only 5 states along with Delhi who don't share any international boundary. Which are those states? You have Haryana, then you have MP, you have Chhattisgarh, you have Jharkhand, right? And you have Telangana, along with the Delhi National Capital Region. Okay? Now, we'll take a look at it, that where is it that Afghanistan shares its boundary with India? We'll come to it. But before that, when we talk about the spread of the country, that is east to west spread. The east to west spread of the country is roughly around 3,000 kilometers. That is 2933 kilometers. Now, the standard meridian, which ends up indicating the Indian Standard Time. We had looked at it in first module itself that Indian Standard Time is 5.5 hours ahead of the Greenwich Meridian Time. That is the International Standard Time. If you consider about it, Indian Standard Time is 5.5 hours ahead. So that meridian, which depicts the Indian Standard Time, almost passes through the middle of the east to west extent, almost. And that is the meridian which passes through 82 degree 30 minutes east. That meridian indicates the standard meridian. It is across this that you follow the Indian Standard Time. Now here, you need to understand that which are the states through which, or you need to be aware of the states through which this standard meridian passes through. So first of all, it passes through the region around Mirzapur in Uttar Pradesh. Then it touches the portion of Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, and After that, Odisha and Andhra Pradesh. That is where it passes through. So Uttar Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Odisha, and Andhra Pradesh, these are the 5 states through which the standard meridian passes through. And the Tropic of Cancer, if you look at the Tropic of Cancer, it passes through Gujarat, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, West Bengal, Tripura, and Mizoram. Those are the states through which the Tropic of Cancer passes through. So if we talk about which is the state through which you have both Tropic of Cancer as well as the standard meridian passing through, you have 2 states through which both of them pass, and that is Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh. Through both these states, that is Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh, you have the existence of both Tropic of Cancer as well as the Indian standard meridian. Having said that, they will meet, these 2 lines will meet only once. Where do they meet? They meet in the state of Chhattisgarh. So if a question is asked that which state is the one through which or in which both of these meet, it will always be Chhattisgarh. Which are the states in which both of them exist? Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh. Ideally, for mapping purposes, you should be aware about the boundaries of the states in terms of that which state shares its boundary with the other states. So that if a question is asked that if you have to move from, let's say, Guwahati to, let's say, Bhopal, how many minimum number of states you have to pass through. So that is why the state boundary you should be aware of. Start with your own particular state, whichever state that you belong from. Look at the neighboring boundaries. Then start with your neighboring states. Like that, you should know about this. After all, it is high time that you knew this much about your country. And this is the precise reason why UPSC wants you to study the portion of geography. Because if you look at the common understanding and the common general knowledge that people have, many of the people are not even aware that which are the states which don't share an international boundary, what is an international boundary. That is something which UPSC wants you to be aware of. Okay. Now here, when we take a look at it, Umesh, UP also, and Prashant also, you are asking UP also. UP, what in UP? What is there in UP? Please point out. Cancer is there in UP, or I mean Tropic of Cancer. Tropic of Cancer, my dear friend, does not pass through Uttar Pradesh. Okay, you should be aware of this, that Tropic of Cancer does not pass through Uttar Pradesh. Tropic of Cancer is the one, this dotted line that I indicate. This is the Tropic of Cancer. It does not pass through Uttar Pradesh. Okay, right? So please don't get confused in these things, right? Now, that is why I tell you that first of all, while we are interested that tell me about the physical features of Canada, tell me about the physical features of Australia, tell me about the rivers of Australia, tell me about the rivers of South America. First of all, let us be aware about the boundaries of our own country. That in itself is very significant. Now we were talking about the fact that the shortest land boundary that we share, that is with Afghanistan. Now, that is this particular portion in the map. That is the extreme northwestern part of India. That is where you have the shortest land boundary. Even though that is a particular part of the country which is now under the occupation of Pakistan. So this is also referred to as the Pakistan occupied Kashmir. But then overall, you have to understand that it is still very much considered to be a part of the country if we consider the national consensus, if we consider the will of the parliament, if we consider the constitution. From everything, you will find that it is still very much considered to be a part of the country. That is why India considers itself to be a natural neighbor of Afghanistan. This is the precise reason why in each and every dialogue, in each and every decision making which is done for Afghanistan, India thinks and India seeks its own participation as a very natural factor. India doesn't see anything artificial in including itself in deciding the future of Afghanistan, because India is very well aware that we share a historical and cultural ties with that region, and also we have a natural boundary. And this is what Pakistan has been contesting all the way along. Pakistan has been contesting that, look, why is the world interested in making India a party to these dialogues in Afghanistan? After all, what India says is its natural boundary with Afghanistan that is no longer under the occupation of India. So that is where the geopolitical scenario plays out. But having said that, if we take a look at the geographical realities of the place, here, this is the particular portion. This is the particular portion which is indicated here. So, India shares its boundary with the region of Afghanistan, which is also referred to as the Wakhan Corridor. Okay, this portion of the landmass, that is this portion, that is what is referred to as the Wakhan Corridor. Now, this Wakhan Corridor has been very important historically. This is a path which has been used by travelers and traders since time immemorial. For thousands of years, this path has always been used. Why? Because if you take a look at to the north of this region, you have lofty mountains, almost a terrain which you can't pass through. If you look to the south of it, again, very high and mighty mountains in the form of Karakoram ranges makes passing through that region almost an impossible task. So it is only through this panhandle shape where people would pass through when they wanted to go to China and carry out trade with China. It is not as if the Wakhan Corridor is situated at the sea level. Even this Wakhan Corridor is basically situated at a height of close to around, roughly around 3,000 meters above sea level. But still, it provides an easy passage. If you talk about the various different travelers which have traveled through this path, even if you take the stories and the accounts of Marco Polo, the very famous Venetian traveler who entered into the kingdom, or at that point of time, the kingdom of the Mongol king, Kublai Khan. Even Kublai Khan, if you read history, if you are interested in history, Kublai Khan also offers you a very interesting read about his systems of administration. So Marco Polo, when he traveled to China into the court of Kublai Khan, they also used the Wakhan Corridor. So there also, we get a detailed account of this Wakhan Corridor. So this Wakhan Corridor has always been historically very, very relevant, very, very important. Now, nowadays, in the emerging geopolitical scenario, because the China-Pakistan economic corridor is passing through the region of Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, and India objects to it with the very basic principle that it violates our sovereignty of the land. That is why China is also considering an alternate option where it is seeking to build a kind of a tunnel and passes through the region of Wakhan corridor to gain access to Pakistan. So that is how the geopolitics is emerging in and evolving in this particular area as well. Okay. Now, when we talk about the physiography of the country can broadly be divided into 6 different subparts. What are those subparts? We have the lofty mountains to the north. That is the northern mountains which extend all the way from the northwestern part of the country to the eastern part of the country. Then we have the very fertile, one of the most fertile plains across the world, that is the Indo-Gangetic plain as it is referred to. Then we have one of the oldest land masses of the world, that is the Peninsular Plateau. Then we have the coastal areas, the Ghat section, and the islands along with the deserts. So these are the various different portions that we have as the distinct physiography. Now here, we will study each of them separately. We'll try to understand the basic facets, and this is relevant mostly for your prelims examination. You should be aware about the location and few of the nuances here and there, few of the landforms here and there. So that is something you should be aware about. After the session, in fact, I encourage you that if it is not too much of an effort, please try to open up the atlas and look at where these locations are. It will benefit you eventually in order to solve the location-based questions that are oftentimes asked. Okay, so rather than waiting for me to circulate a kind of a list that memorize this list and this will be enough for the examination, you can explore these areas on your own and then the understanding that you will gain will be very, very deep and much more long lasting. Okay. Now, having said that, let us first of all initiate the discussion from the Himalayas. Now, Himalayan mountain ranges. Now, these are amongst the younger mountain ranges of the world. These are very, very young when you consider the geographical time scale, because they have been created only around 40 to 50 million years back. In geographical time scale, that is very, very less or very, very small time, because if you consider the time of the formation of the land masses, that began close to around 3 billion years ago. So obviously 40 to 50 million years is a very short time window. So that is why these are one of the younger mountains and one of the youngest mountain ranges of the world. Now, these are fold mountains. Fold mountains means they have been formed as a result of compression of the landmass. And we have seen about the formation of the Himalayas as well in module 2, where we have looked at it, that how initially Indian landmass was very much present in the southern hemisphere, and as it started moving northwards, you had a water body in between them, that is the Tethys Sea, and Indian landmass eventually collided with the Eurasian landmass, leading to the upliftment of the Tethys and the folding of the crust in both of these landmasses, creating these parallel ranges of the mountains, that is the Himalayas. Now here, when we talk about it, the Himalayan mountain ranges, they exhibit a very unique kind of a parallel feature, where the three main mountain ranges of the Himalayas, that is the Great Himalayas, the Himadri, the Middle Himalayas or the Himachal, and the Outer Himalayas or the Shivalik, all these three are almost parallel to each other from northwest to northeast. Overall, the spread of the Himalayas is for a length of close to around 2,500 kilometers, with it being broadest and widest in the west and narrowest in the region of the eastern portion. Now, because the Indian landmass collided in such a way, you also have the presence of fold mountains in this portion, that is the eastern part of it. That is where you have the presence of fold mountains as well. Now here, the Himalayas indicate a kind of a unique feature. That is, you will observe that the mountain ranges here, they exhibit a kind of a sudden bend, right? That is the axis of the Himalayas. If I had to indicate the axis, it would be somewhat like this, a convex feature, and suddenly the axis would bend. And here also, it indicates a kind of a bend. So these bends, sudden bends which exist in the long mountain ranges, where the axis of the mountain in itself indicates a change in direction, that is what is referred to as a syntaxial bend. This is what is referred to as syntaxial bend. So Himalayas indicate two syntaxial bends. One in the northeastern part, that is in the region around the peak of Namcha Barwa. Here you have the peak of Namcha Barwa. So in the east, you have Namcha Barwa. And in the northwestern part, you have the bend. Very good. That is Nanga Parbat. Across these two peaks, the shape of the mountains, the axis of the mountain ranges suddenly bend. Why is it that the mountains will bend? Is it because some higher power decided that no, you will be too mighty a mountain, you have to bend? And because there was an interaction that, okay, God, you are great. If you are saying me to bend, I will bend. Is that something which played out? Or was it a curse from the Almighty God that because you did something wrong, that is why it will bend? No. Brahmaputra. No. Brahmaputra is also not the reason for the bend. It is largely decided by the shape of the Indian plate and how the collision took place. So the shape of the Indian landmass in itself, if you observe the shape of the Indian landmass, was very much similar to something like this. So that is why, as it collided with the Eurasian landmass, so wherever the shape indicated a bend, there the mountain folding also indicated a kind of a bend which is in existence. So that is where you have the two syntaxial bends. Now the three ranges which are almost parallel to each other, that is the innermost range, the Great Himalayas, Himadri, the middle range, that is the Himachal, and the outermost range, that is the Shivalik. These are considered to be the part of the Himalayan ranges. These three are considered to be the Himalayan ranges. Himalayan ranges. To the north of it, you have certain ranges which are present but which are not continuous through and through. That is, you have the presence of the Karakoram range, then the Ladakh range, the Zaskar range, and the Kailash range. These are the ranges which are not included in these three parallel ranges which extend from northwest to northeast. That is why these ranges are referred to be a part of Trans Himalayas. Trans Himalayas. What is the meaning of Trans Himalayas? Something which lies beyond the Himalayas. So Trans Himalayas, you have Karakoram, then you have Ladakh range, then you have Zaskar, then you have Kailash. Right? These are the regions of Trans Himalayas. And the portion of the Himalayan ranges, you will have Pir Panjal is very much a part of the Himalayan ranges. Here you have Great Himalayas, that is Himadri, Himachal, and also Shivaliks. Now these Himalayan mountain ranges, they truly act as a natural boundary and a natural frontier for the country. Because historically, these have protected us from a wave of intrusions which could have otherwise happened, be it from the Mongols, be it from the Huns. So various different marauding and invading tribes, they could not enter India because of the natural boundary in the form of Himalayas. Other than that, Himalayas are a true life-giving source to the country because of large number of rivers, hundreds of rivers and streams which originate from this area, and they provide the much needed water for sustenance of life in the subcontinent. Also, you'll find that the climatic conditions, as we have already studied, is deeply altered and is deeply impacted by the presence of the mountain ranges in the form of Himalayas. So that is why Himalayas have a very high amount of importance associated when it comes to a country like India. Now here, if you take a look at it, the Himalayas, they consist of Himalayas and the northeastern hills, and there are a series of mountain ranges. The general orientation is from northwest to northeast. The Great Himalayan Range is close to around 2,500 kilometers from east to west, and its width varies between 160 to 400 kilometers from north to south. Now, this width which is varying, it is not consistent. Means what? What does it indicate? It indicates that different regions have experienced varying level of compression. So that is why in certain areas you will find that the mountain ranges are particularly narrow. In certain areas where the compression has not happened significantly, it is broader. And as the collision is still happening, as we have studied, that the collision is still happening between the Indian plate and the Eurasian landmass, so this region is getting narrower by the day, and at the same time, it is getting taller as well, right? So that is why the height of the Himalayas is still increasing as we speak. Okay, and these are basically one of the loftiest mountains of the world, because across the world you won't find many mountain ranges which even exist up till 7,000 meters, and here you have many ranges which are 8,000 meters and above. Now here, when you take a look at it, Shivam, what is it? General orientation, northwest to southeast initially, that is the orientation, and eventually enters into northeast. That is correct. Okay. Pir Panjal range is very much a part of the Great Himalayas itself. See, the problem with studying Indian geography is, and let me be very frank about it, the problem with studying Indian geography is that many of us, we have a kind of a preconceived notion that we have developed since our childhood days. We have some or the other source of information about the various ranges about our childhood days, that okay, I had studied it in class 5, I had studied it in class 6. Fair enough. If you have studied it correctly, fair enough, that is more than sufficient. If But please try to have no misconception or no preconceived notion. Try to learn it afresh. Let us assume that we know nothing, and then let us try to learn from the basic. It will always be more rewarding, it will always be more beneficial. So all the preconceived reservations and notions that you have, that okay, this is what the mountain ranges are, this is what it is, throw it out of your mind for this brief 3.5 hour duration. After that, again overload it, and you will be happy for life. Okay, so this is the cross-sectional analysis of the region of Himalayas. Okay, now here if you take a look at it, this is the region of the Greater Himalayas, which are the highest, tallest in terms of the height. Okay, here you have the Middle Himalayas, that is the Himachal. Then you have the newest, that is the Shivaliks. Now in between them, you find the presence of what is MCT, MBT, and HFF. What are these? This is what is also referred to as main central thrust, this is main boundary thrust, and then you have what is Himalayan frontal fault. Now what are these? These are basically your thrust faults. What is thrust fault? Thrust fault is a kind of a broken fault, right? Where in the case of folding and faulting, we have studied that if you bend it enough, if there is enough compression beyond a point, the rocks, they break, developing a kind of a crack. So these are the major thrust faults which occur across the region of Himalayas. And it is after the occurrence of these faults that we have had the next level of folding in the second and the third range as well. Now, all the earthquakes that you observe in the region of the Himalayas, they occur mostly across the MBT, that is the main boundary thrust, or the region of HFF, that is the Himalayan frontal fault. So here, let us take a quick look at the formation of these thrust faults. How and what is the basis of the formation of the thrust faults? Okay. Now here, when we talk about it, and again, guys, I would not be able to tell you the secret of Mount Kailash. Neither, if we are studying the physiography of India, I don't know the secret of Mount Kailash. I don't know the reality of Ram Setu. So if you have that kind of lofty expectations from me, I'm very sorry to disappoint you. But these kinds of questions, I won't be able to cater to. That why Kailash ranges indicate, or why Mount Kailash has kind of a feature. The answer that you want to listen to, I can tell you that answer. if that satisfies you, that okay, there is the blessing from God Almighty himself, fair enough. But other than that, I won't be able to give you the a kind of an argumentative basis on that. Okay, so I hope you understand my predicament here. Now, when we talk about thrust faults and how is it formed, what is a thrust fault first of all? So thrust fault is created when the rocks are compressed beyond their elastic limit, developing a crack or a fault line in the process. Right? What is the meaning of that? So, for example, when we talk about the formation of Himalayas, we do know that you have had a kind of a compression. Initially, you have a kind of a compression. If this is the crust, so initially, due to compressional forces, the compressional forces which keep on acting from both sides, the crust significantly ended up folding itself. That is how fold happens. So this fold would increase the thickness of the crust and at the same time would make the fold very significant. Right? Now here, if the compression continues, what will happen? This will get narrower at the bottom and at the same time, it will get taller. That is how the compression works. It will start to get narrower at the bottom and taller. So over a period of time, the height would increase. And with more compression, you would also observe that the crustal thickness also increases. But as the compression continues, there will be greater amount of deformation as well, where in this particular portion, there will be greater deformation. It will be the deformation which will continue till what extent? Till the rocks can get deformed. Let's say if I start compressing this, it will get folded, but this has got a limit. Beyond that, if I compress it from both ends, it will break. So the rocks, when they exceed their elastic limit of deformation, that is when here they will develop a break. The rocks would break. And this is what forms or creates thrust fault. This is what creates a kind of a thrust fault, right? Now, this thrust fault means what? It means that in this region where this faulting has occurred, there can be a movement, a relative movement of the rocks, which can be experienced, right? There can be a relative movement. So if the compression continues, there will be a relative movement observed here. And whenever there is a relative movement of the rocks, what happens? What conditions do we experience on the ground if there's a relative movement happening in the rocks? Very good. It is like an earthquake. No, Sahil, it is not like a valley exactly, but here imagine the landmass and landmass here developing a kind of a crack like this. So what happens after this? After this, if you consider this to be the landmass, and here you have a fold, the crustal thickening. Now further, if there is a compression, what will happen? While there will be some movement here, some amount of movement causing to the earth, causing or leading to earthquake, further compression means this will further narrow up, the height will increase, but also the movement which is happening across the thrust fault, it is not as if it is going to be a smooth movement, because here also you'll find very dense and compressed rocks, so it cannot move endlessly. So what happens? This faces a kind of a resistance, and there you will observe the development of a second fold. A second fold develops. Obviously, the height will be smaller than the first fold, isn't it? Now, if that again continues, the compression continues, the height of the second fold will also start to increase along with the first fold, along with the movement happening across the thrust fault causing massive earthquakes. So you will have after some time the second fold gaining a height, the first fold gaining a significantly greater height, and then you have the compression which continues. Now, as the compression continues, yes, the rocks will get deformed significantly. They will try to adjust. Whenever they try to adjust, massive earthquakes. At the same time, even in this area, the rocks will develop, or the rocks will reach their elastic limit of deformation. They cannot get deformed anymore. So what do you have? You will observe the formation of a second thrust fault. And the formation of a second thrust fault means that now you will have two areas which will experience earthquakes, and also as the compression continues, this width will keep on reducing. It will keep on reducing, and the height will keep on increasing. This continued up till around 20 million years before present. And after this, you had, because there was another thrust fault, so you had the formation of a third range, the newest range. That is the Shivaliks. Across this thrust fault, where you already had the existence of two thrust faults earlier. And as the compression would further continue, what would it lead to? Eventually, the width continues to decrease, the height continues to increase, and simultaneously, the height of the Shivaliks also continue to increase. The interesting part here is basically that now we have observed that there does exist indeed a thrust fault has developed beyond the Shivaliks as well in the region of Indo-Gangetic Plain. So in the region of Indo-Gangetic Plain, as another thrust fault has developed, that means what? That means in the coming years, we can expect a fourth range of Himalaya to the south of the Shivalik to come across. That is why nowadays you will observe that there are virtually no earthquakes happening in this region. Nowadays, earthquakes are not happening across the main central thrust. Earthquakes are happening here in between the middle Himalayas and the Shivaliks, and majority of the earthquakes are happening to the south of the Himalayas. That is why the region of Assam, that is why the region of northern Bengal, the region of northern Bihar, the region around Uttarakhand, the region to the south of Shivalik in Himachal, Even in Jammu Kashmir, they are the ones which are experiencing significant occurrence of earthquakes. Means there is a movement which is happening here and here, which means that this is where the height is increasing and there is going to be the formation of fourth range of Himalayas. So that is why the thrust faults, understanding the thrust faults is very, very important for us in order to predict the occurrence of earthquakes. We won't exactly be able to predict that, okay, this is when the earthquake will occur, but at least we can zone out those areas, or we can find the zonation of those areas, that these are the regions where earthquakes are going to be very probable. Okay, and this is the part, or this is one of the attributes of this subject, if you can think about it, that if you know the past, if you know what is happening, you have the ability to predict what is going to happen in the future. Having said that, it is not as if in our own lifetimes we will observe the fourth range of Himalayas coming up. It is not as if that anybody that you know around you, even in their lifetimes, you won't be able to observe. In the next 5 to 10 million years is when that fourth range of Himalayas will come into existence, occupying the region of northern part of Uttar Pradesh, northern part of Bihar, northern part of West Bengal, and northern part of Assam as well. As the Indian plate further crushes into the portion of the Eurasian landmass, that is why it is here that the crustal thickening is also indeed very, very high. Okay? So that also explains us that why is it that the Himalayan ranges are increasing in height continuously, and also that explains to us that why you have so frequent earthquakes happening, where you have these earthquakes happening. For example, the very infamous Kathmandu earthquake of April 2015, that Kathmandu earthquake occurred here across the MBT, main boundary thrust. Okay, the earthquakes, that is the Darbhanga earthquake of 1934, the Assam earthquake which keeps on erupting, that happens in the Himalayan frontal fault. It has been a long time since we have observed a massive earthquake in the region of main central thrust. It has been a significantly long time. Okay? Okay. There is Vaibhav, Karakoram mountain ranges are formed before Himalayas? Yes. So you have put this question for how many times, Vaibhav? How many times have you pasted this same question? Please paste the question only once. Karakoram mountain ranges have been formed before these three ranges, but you cannot say that Karakoram is a part of Trans Himalaya. So the very statement that Karakoram is older than Himalayas is an incorrect statement, because that in itself is a part of Trans Himalayas. So if you observe the mountain here, see, just by looking at the shape of the mountain, you will be able to understand how the convergence would have happened. If I give you a brief inkling of how this convergence would have happened, think about it, look at this image here, and try to understand it and try to relate it with a real life example. When you have any two solid objects which collide, take the case of this. When we consider the Indian landmass, it had a shape somewhat like this. And you had the Eurasian landmass having this, and here you had the minor Burmese plate. So here, first of all, you had this portion which underwent a collision. So that is where you had the foldings which started happening here, 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 right? But as soon as in a solid object, when you offer a kind of a resistance, what happens? Let's say you're driving a scooter, right? Scooter or a motorbike, all of you, or even a bicycle. Now, suddenly you apply the front brakes. Don't do it. If you have not done it, please don't do it. It can lead to a disaster, and please don't blame me after that. But if you have experienced this, what generally happens when you suddenly apply the front brakes as your vehicle is moving? The backside swivels, isn't it? The backside simply comes out of the place. So here, as it collided, this portion swiveled. And that is where you had another set of collision happening all across this. And that is why here you will find that the collision did not create that huge compression because the mountain ranges are widest here. But observe the convergence here. It is very high because that is how the mountains basically, or that is how the landmass basically swiveled and attacked this area. And that is why you have the fold mountains in existence here also. I hope that is clear. Right? Pamir Knot is basically referred to as the roof of the world. And this is basically Pamir in the local Tajik language is referred to as the roof. Knot basically is a term which is used where you have the origin of various different mountain ranges. So Pamir Knot, basically it is referred to as the roof of the world because it is said that when you go there, and even if you look at the images of that place, from all different directions, in all different directions that you look at it, you will observe the only presence of mountain ranges emerging in different directions and different areas, right? So that is why it is referred to as the roof of the world. Okay. Now, let us take a look at each of these ranges and let us try to understand the features. Now, these Himalayan ranges, they are being compressed as the passage of time happens, due to which they are becoming narrower and they are becoming taller as well. Now, as they are experiencing a kind of a compression, that is where the shape of the Himalayas, they are indicating a kind of a feature like this. Because it is being compressed from the south, that is, the Indian plate is moving more drastically. That is why the Himalayan topography will indicate a slope somewhat like this, where the southern slope is, in many of the cases, very steep. This kind of a unique topography that the Himalayas possess, that is what is referred to as the hogback topography. That is what is referred to as hogback topography. Okay, this is a feature that you will find in the Great Himalayas, the Middle Himalayas, as well as nowadays the Shivaliks are also developing this feature as the Indian plate continues to push further. So the northernmost range is known as the Great or the Inner Himalayas, or also the Himadri. Okay. Amit, Trans-Himalayas, basically those particular ranges which are not continuous, as is the case with the Himalayas, but then they are present in only small areas. And you got the answer. So Himadri is the most continuous range consisting of the loftiest peaks of the world, right? With an average height of 6,000 meters. That is the average height. Imagine what number of peaks will be above 6,000 meters, and a width of only around 25 kilometers. So that means it is narrow. Why? Because it has been experiencing compression for a very long period of time. Okay. Now, the folds of the Great Himalayas are asymmetrical in nature and they indicate a hogback topography. What is hogback topography? That is, it is very steep from one side and very gentle from the other side because there is a greater compression happening from the south. That is why the fold will be asymmetrical, and hence that is what is referred to as the hogback topography. These are basically the Himalayan ranges, that highest peaks that you find in the Himadri. You will observe you have many peaks above 8,000 meters. This is the only place of the world where you find peaks above 8,000 meters. Nowhere across the world will you find peaks above 7,500 meters as well. So it is the only place in the world, that is including the Trans-Himalayas and the Himalayas, that is the only place where you will find so many peaks at this great height. Okay. Now, the second range is what is referred to as the Himachal, or the Lesser Himalayas, or the Middle Himalayas as well. So in this case, the folding was initiated at a later stage as compared to the Great Himalayas. So the folding was initiated slightly later. So the range lying to the south of Himadri forms the most rugged mountain system overall. Systems are mainly composed of the highly compressed and altered rocks. Altitude varies between 3,700 and 4,500 meters on an average. Here also you'll find many peaks of 6,000 meters and so on. Observe the width is slightly greater as compared to the Great Himalayas. Why? Because the compression is slightly less. And here the Pir Panjal range. Now I had few of the students who were very curious about the Pir Panjal range, that you are not talking about Pir Panjal range. Please mention Pir Panjal range. So Pir Panjal range is a part of the Middle Himalayas. So in the Middle Himalayas also you will find that in various different parts, in various different regions, they are named differently. In the region of Jammu Kashmir, it is named as Pir Panjal. In the region of Himachal Pradesh, it is referred to as Dhauladhar. In the region of Nepal, that is what forms the Mahabharat lake ranges in a way. So that is where you have the Pir Panjal forms the longest and the most important range in Middle Himalayas, followed by Dhauladhar in the region of Himachal, Mahabharat range all the way from Uttarakhand continuing into Nepal. So these are basically your Middle Himalayas. Here you have the very famous Lipu Lake Pass also, which exists, which basically is at a height of 4,000 meters at a tri-junction between India, Nepal and China. It consists of the famous Valley of Kashmir, also referred to as the Vale of Kashmir, the Kangra and the Kulu Valley in Himachal Pradesh, and is very well known for the various hill stations from Dalhousie, McLeodganj, Mussoorie. All of these you'll find in these areas. Now, there are certain interesting things which happened while this was getting created. Let us try to understand them. For example, we do know that the formation of the Middle Himalayas happened after the Great Himalayas. And listen to this carefully, guys. This will help you understand a lot of various different concepts. So basically, the formation of the Middle Himalayas happened after the formation or the creation of the Great Himalayas, right? The Great Himalayas, their formation was initiated roughly around 50 million years ago. And the Middle Himalayas were created around 10 million years later. 10 million years is a very long period of time. If you think about it, we don't even know what would have been in our landmass 10 million years back. So, what happened in between? So, here, if you consider this, let's say that the Great Himalayas were already in existence. Now, once the Great Himalayas would be in existence, you would also have the river systems which would be originating. Few of the smaller streams, not the larger rivers. Larger rivers would also be in existence, but let us here consider about the smaller streams, the smaller rivers. So these smaller rivers would be originating from here. They would be flowing down the slope and they would be moving, isn't it? Now, as the folding would have happened, it is not as if that the entire landmass suddenly would have folded. You have different pockets which would have started folding individually and separately. So as the folding would have been initiated, here, if you analyze, there would have been a folding here as well. A folding would have happened in the form of Middle Himalayas at that point of time. This would not have been very large in height. Now this folding would have obstructed the path of these smaller streams, isn't it? Now, what would happen to the water of these smaller streams? These are not so large a river that they would erode that area. These would be smaller streams. So what would happen to the water of these smaller streams? They would start getting accumulated in this area. The water would start getting accumulated in this area itself. Now, this water which is coming down from a greater height is getting accumulated here. Okay. But this accumulation would not be very wide because obviously, eventually this is happening only in few areas, right? It is not as if the fold in like a carpet it is folding. No, you have few land masses which are getting folded. So this water, when it is getting accumulated, basically that also means that this water would have its sediments as well. The sediments that it is bringing down from the top, that would also be present. So those sediments would get deposited. Those sediments would get deposited here. Now these sediments, would it be fertile or not? What do you think? Would these be fertile or not? These are brought by the rivers. Very fertile, right? Now, eventually, the level of water would keep on increasing. Now, how is a mountain? Mountain is generally conical in shape. Imagine this, mountain is generally conical in shape. So if the water starts accumulating at the bottom, the mountain will be able to obstruct it. But if the water level starts to increase, the water will flow from the sides because it is conical. Mountain is not a rectangle, it is conical. So if the water level starts to increase, all the water will flow from the sides. So slowly and steadily, with the accumulation of water, water had enough pressure and found a pathway and a passage to exit from the sides, leaving behind these sedimentary deposits. These sedimentary deposits would be left behind. And this would form a kind of a platform, a plain area in between the mountains. If ever you have visited Dehradun, Dehradun is an ideal place to witness this. Those of you who belong from Dehradun would know this. If you visit Dehradun, first of all, I highly recommend that. If you go there, if you stand at any of the tall buildings in Dehradun, you would observe something very unique. As far as your eyes go, Dehradun will appear like a plain area. The mindset that you get when you think of Dehradun is what? That it will be lofty mountains, maybe snow-covered peaks, etc. But if you take a look at Dehradun, it is an absolutely plain area of sorts. But if you look at the vicinity, it is surrounded by mountains. So in between the mountains, you have a plain area. And that area is made up of deposits. Why? Because those deposits were accumulated as the further folding would have happened. These kinds of longitudinal deposits or valley deposits which happen, these are what we refer to as dunes or duars. Dunes and duars. Okay, these are what are referred to as dunes and duars. Both of them are the same thing. But if this feature is observed in the case of Western Himalayas, dunes. If it is observed in the case of East, that is Eastern Himalayas, duars. Okay, that is how they got created. Okay, now, okay, Vaibhav, my dear friend, you have been asking the same question again. What is your question? Please clarify. What is it that you want to ask, and what is it that is not getting solved? We have talked about multiple concepts in between. The fact that you have been asking Karakoram, is it Trans Himalayas or not? Please ask the question. My doubt regarding Karakoram range has not been cleared. Why it is not considered as main part of the Himalayan mountain range? Okay, Vaibhav. Listen to this carefully. Stop typing. Stop typing. Whatever you are typing as a question, stop and listen to this carefully. All of those who have a doubt for Trans-Himalayan ranges, listen to this carefully. When we say a mountain range, what do we mean by it? Mountain ranges means a continuity of the mountain peaks for a longer period of time, for a longer length as well. Himalayan ranges, when you consider, they extend all the way from northwest The orientation is to the south and then goes to the northeast. Do you find the Karakoram ranges existing from all the way from the region of Jammu Kashmir all the way till the region of Arunachal? Do you find that? No. But in the case of Himadri, Himachal and Shivalik, you find that existence all the way from there to there, right? So that is why only the three ranges are considered to be a part of the Himalayan ranges. That is what we have been repeating time and again. So listen to it carefully. The three ranges which are continuous from northwest all the way to the northeastern part, that is the Himadri, Himachal and Shivalik, only they are considered to be a part of the Himalayan ranges because they are continuous. But does not mean you don't have any mountain range beyond that. So beyond these, you have few of the discontinuous range, and those discontinuous ranges are present where? In the region of Jammu Kashmir and Ladakh, that is the Zaskar, Kailash, Ladakh and Karakoram, which are mountain ranges but exist for a very short length and a very short distance. That is why they are referred to as the ranges beyond the Himalayas. That is why they are considered as Trans-Himalayas, and they are not considered amongst the main Himalayan ranges. Okay? Does that satisfy the query? Does that quench the query that you have? Okay? Is it clear? Or do you have a question which remains, which prevails? Because continuously I'm seeing the same question coming up again and again and again and again. Okay, fair enough. Can we proceed further now? Anybody having any doubt why Trans-Himalaya is not a part of Himalayas? It is no exclusion principle. It is no reservation policy that only these three ranges suffice it, so they will get IAS, rest of them will not get. Nothing like that. It is purely logical that whether they extend completely for that entire distance. Is that clear now? Good. Okay. Now, that is how you have the creation of these dunes or duars that you see. These are basically deposits which happened as the middle Himalayas started getting created while the great Himalayas were already in existence. So the small streams, the small rivers which would flow, they would form a kind of a deposit, while the main river would, or the main accumulated water will exit it, it would leave behind these deposits. That is what we refer to as dunes and duars. But this would not happen in all the places. This would happen only in few of the isolated areas. Right? Example, you have Dehradun, you have Kotli Dun, you have Patli Dun. So you have many such examples of dunes and duars. Having said that, you also had the condition where the middle Himalayas came into existence around 20-25 million years before present. And the formation of Shivaliks happened again after 10 to 15 million years. So for those 10 to 15 million years, you had the condition where this is a mountain, that is the Great Himalayas. Then you have the middle Himalayas, right? And you did not have the Shivaliks at that point of time. So obviously, the rivers would originate from here. You had the various rivers which would originate. The rivers would flow. Now these rivers would deposit sediments in its path, and that would create very fertile floodplains along the way. Very fertile floodplains would be created along the way. Now, the next phase of folding which happened, that ended up folding this portion of the floodplains. And that is what Shivalik is made up of. So Shivaliks, when we talk about, it is not only the outermost range of the Himalayas, but here you will observe that it is composed of unconsolidated sediments brought down by the rivers from the main Himalayan ranges located from to the north of it. That is the Himadri and Himachal. It is the newest range of the Himalayas, and It has been formed very, very recently. Okay, only around 10 million years ago, 5 million years ago, you have the formation of this. Unconsolidated basically means it is not stratified. It is not as if that the lightest sediments to the top, the heaviest sediments to the bottom. It is mixed. It is jumbled. That is unconsolidated. So when you have deposits which happened recently, it is mostly unconsolidated. So that is why the term unconsolidated. So here, that is when the Shivaliks got created. Okay. And here, basically, in the case of Shivaliks, again, just like in the case of the Middle Himalayas, here also, in different parts, the names are different. In the region of Jammu Kashmir, you have the Jammu Hills, then you have the Dhang Range and the Dundwa Range in the region of Uttarakhand, Churia Ghat Hills of Nepal, and in the region of Arunachal Pradesh, it is named after the local tribes, and that is what you have: Dafla, Miri, Abor, and Mishmi. Now, these Shivalik ranges are almost continuous throughout, almost. There are only few areas, few places where the Shivalik is found to be absent. That is slightly in the region around River Kali, in the region of Uttarakhand. That is where for a brief distance Shivalik is absent, their folding has not happened. And then again, when we come to the east, in between River Tista and River Raidak, in between River Tista and River Raidak, that is where around the region of Assam and northern Bengal, that is where the Shivalik is absent. So Shivalik is generally present through and through, only in the region between around River Kali for a brief distance and River Tista and Raidak in the east, that is where the Shivalik is absent. Otherwise, it is continuous from northwest to northeast. That is why it is included in the portion of Himalayan ranges. Now, when we talk about dunes and duars, what are these? These are the longitudinal valley lying between Lesser Himalaya and the Shivaliks. So, if these deposits, they happen in the region of Western Himalayas, that is when it is referred to as dunes. So in the Western Himalayas, the same deposits are referred to as dunes. Right? And in the case of Eastern Himalayas, that is referred to as duars. Okay? That is the difference. How are they created? They have been created when the small streams, their flow had been blocked by the folding of occurring in the Middle Himalayas. That created a kind of a blockade where you had water blocking or water getting accumulated in that region, bringing a lot of sediments. Eventually, the accumulation basically which would continue. So here, if you assume the Great Himalayas, that is the Himadri, and basically the small streams would flow, the small seasonal streams, not the large ones, the small streams which would flow. Now, because of folding which would happen, these small streams, they would get blockaded. These small streams, they get blockaded. Now, as these streams, small streams would get blockaded, the water would accumulate, and that accumulated water would basically also bring about the deposits along with them. They would bring deposition in between them. Okay. Now, eventually, this water, after getting accumulated enough, this water would find a passage outwards, and that is where you had the sedimentary deposits which would be left behind. okay, forming very fertile plain-like feature. And this fertile plain-like feature, that is what would be referred to as dur or duar. Okay, so that is the feature that you find in the case of dunes and duars. Okay, now, yes, dunes happen between Greater Himalayas and the Middle Himalayas. That is correct. Why these streams get blocked? Because you had the folding which started happening in front of them. That is why these streams would get blocked. Right, between Himadri and Himachal. Then we also have another landform, another kind of feature that you observe in the southern slope of the Shivaliks mostly, and that too in the region of Western Himalayas, that is the portion considered as the Punjab and Himachal Himalayas. In those areas, you would experience that the southern slope is steep. We have seen that the Himalayan mountains, they indicate a hogback topography. A hogback topography is indicated. Now, this hogback topography would mean what? That the southern slope is very steep. Southern slope is very steep. Right. So, Lesser Himalayas is the name given to Himachal itself, guys. Lesser Himalayas is not Shivalik. Lesser Himalayas is basically Himachal. That is what Himachal is referred to as. It is referred to as Lesser Himalayas. If you want me to write it, so here, okay. Sometimes between Shivaliks and Lesser Himalayas, sometimes mostly between Himadri and the Himachal. So it would exist between these ranges. Okay. So I would write here Himachal. Okay. Sometimes even between Himachal and Shivaliks, but mostly between Himadri and Himachal. Now, coming back to it, the hogback topography would mean that the southern slope is very steep. Now, if you take a look at the southern slope, especially during the rainy season, there will be enough amount of orographic rainfall in the southern slope, isn't it? There would be enough amount of orographic rainfall. Now, this orographic rainfall that would happen, that would be caused, would lead to the generation of multiple small seasonal streams. That would lead to generation of multiple small seasonal streams. They would come into existence. High number of seasonal streams, temporary streams, obviously, because of excessive rainfall during rainy season. Why excessive rainfall during rainy season? Because of orographic conditions. So, these multiple seasonal streams that would come into existence. So they would erode that entire region because they would be very fast. They are coming down the great slope. So these small seasonal streams, okay, so they would have a significantly swift velocity. So when they are coming down the slopes with significant amount of velocity, in the lack of vegetation, generally across the western portion of the Himalayas, you find a significant lack of vegetation. In the lack of vegetation, what do you observe? You observe a greater amount of erosion, right? So they would create multiple different eroded channels, and that is referred to as, in the region of Punjab and Himachal Himalayas, as chos. So chos basically, here if you take a look at it, forest cover becomes very thin in the west. The southern slope of this range are almost completely devoid of forest cover in Punjab and Himachal Pradesh, and are highly dissected means crisscrossed and eroded by several seasonal streams, locally known as chos. Okay, that is how you have the creation and the formation of chos. Earlier, During the time of the British Empire, you had the Britishers always blaming the local population, particularly the nomads and particularly the animal herders, that because they allow the grazing of the animals, that is why all the grasses and vegetation is consumed, and that is why these seasonal streams come into existence, eroding that area. So what they would do is, before the rainy season, the Britishers would round up all the nomads, all the herders, and they would put them in jail. Many of them would lie or would be present in jail for a very long duration as well. So eventually it was understood that it is a feature of the Himalayas. It is not caused by any particular group or any particular individual. That is the portion in Western Himalayas, particularly the region of Punjab and Himachal Himalayas. That is what is Chos. Okay. Chos basically is when you have the seasonal streams which carry out the erosional process. So that is what is Chos. And these seasonal streams come into existence when you have a lack of forest cover or vegetation. So that is where erosion happens. That is how Chos is created. It will happen across the southern slope. Because of the hogback topography, the southern slope is significantly steeper. Then we come to another kind of depositional feature which happens or which has happened in between the ranges, but it has happened in the region of Jammu Kashmir for a very large area, and that is what we refer to as the Karevas. Okay, so here Chos start from which region, Anil? Generally you will find in Himachal and the region of Punjab. That is the northeastern part of Punjab, only in that area. So Karevas are also a kind of depositional feature that happen to come into existence. These are also depositional feature. The formation is very similar to that of a dune or a duar. Formation is very similar to dunes. The difference is here depositions in Karevas, depositions happened over a much larger area, and also area in the sense 5,000 square kilometer area. Whereas dunes and duars, they would happen in smaller regions. This would happen in very large area. And this happened, accumulation occurred between Pir Panjal and Zaskar range mostly. So here again, you had the Zaskar ranges and the other portions of the Great Himalayas as well. They were present, right? And then streams would originate from that area. Streams would originate. And here, basically, the folding of Pir Panjal happened. Now, as the Pir Panjal would get folded and the formation would have happened, that is when all this stream got accumulated. Its movement was blocked because of this folding which happened. And because of this blockage, water started accumulating and it formed a very large lake having an aerial spread of almost 5,000 square kilometer. Having an aerial spread of close to around 5,000 square kilometer. Now, while that happened, it would deposit Very fertile sediments at the bottom. Fertile deposits. Very fertile deposits. Eventually, as the level of water increased, that water found a passage of exit. And around the region of Baramulla, I hope we have heard about the town Baramulla, very important town, trading town, historic town. So from the region of Baramulla, you have there the presence of a Baramulla gorge. So all that water is said to have exited from the region of Baramulla gorge. And as the water would have exited from the region of Baramulla gorge, they left behind these deposits, right? So accumulated water exited from the region of Baramulla gorge, leaving behind these very fertile deposits. Accumulated waters exited from Baramulla gorge, leaving deposits, leaving very fertile deposits. And these fertile deposits, which would extend significantly, these would be referred to as karevas. So these karevas, which are present in the entire area from Pulwama, Anantnag onwards, this is very, very fertile. And that is why in the karevas presently, you will find the growth of saffron, and also the presence of multiple fruit orchards. Presence of fruit orchards. Because they are significantly fertile. So these karevas, that is a feature of the region of Jammu Kashmir. Okay. Now here, one of you have asked a question that is in between them you had the Great Himalayas between the Pir Panjal and the Zaskar. Fair enough. So it is not as if consistently like a sandwich you had Great Himalayas. In certain areas, this accumulation happened between the Great Himalayas, that is Himadri and Pir Panjal as well. In certain areas, that continued between Zaskar and Pir Panjal. So that is how the entire region, observe this entire area, it is a very wide area, right? So that is where you had the entire accumulation happening. Okay, right? Okay, so that is about the dunes, duars, chos, karevas, and now we'll take a look at the grasslands as well. Before that, we'll take a break, and we'll take a break for 10 minutes. No, Anil, nowhere else. And Vipin, it is Haridwar, my dear friend. Dwar, the name Haridwar, there the Dwar represents a kind of a door. It is not D-U-A-R, it is D-W-A-R. Haridwar is where the plains start. So there you don't have any kind of Doon or Dwar. No. Amit, yes. Location, extent, everything is different. But the process is very similar. That is correct. So let's take a break, guys. Let's be back in around 10 minutes. Okay? Yes, Anil. So, Saini, that is good that you are able to figure out the clouds as well. No, Vijay. Uh, Presently, you don't find the conditions of floods in the region of dunes because being a mountainous area, the water will find a way to exit very easily. Water doesn't tend to accumulate over a period of time. Okay? A confirmation for the audio, please, if you're able to hear me out. Prashant, is it audible? Yes. Okay. So now we have looked at these various different types of associated landforms that you generally talk about associated with Himalayas, in the sense that when we talk about the presence of Chos, when you talk about the presence of dunes, duars, as well as karevas, these are specific landforms always identified with the Himalayan mountain ranges. Now, here also, you will find that in the Himalayan mountain ranges at a particular height, obviously, as you go higher up, you won't find the presence of many different trees. So after a particular height, you will find the predominance of the presence of grasslands. So those grasslands, they come into existence during the summer season, and during the winter season, again, you have the entire region covered in snow and ice. So that is what you find as a feature of these high altitude grasslands or the temperate grasslands, which are very seasonal in nature. So such seasonal high temperate grasslands, they are also what are referred to as bugyals. Okay, so these are your bugyals. Bugyals are basically the seasonal grasslands which come into existence for a brief duration. Again, during the winter months, the entire region is covered in snow, but during the summer months, you have the lush green meadows or the lush green grasslands which are in existence. Now, here, these grasslands are basically used by the nomadic herders. Nomadic means what do we or who do we call as nomads? Who basically end up migrating from one region to another, from one season to the other, in search for pastures or green areas so that the animals that they are caring for, that is the cattle that they have, those cattle can graze on those grasslands. So that is where these grasslands are used by these nomadic herders. They carry their goats and the sheep high up across the mountain. They graze upon these grasses, and again, when the season comes back or the winter season is coming upon them, that is when, along with the animals, they migrate down the slope in order to escape the harsh winter conditions. Such kind of seasonal migration along with their animals, that seasonal migration is what is also referred to as transhumance. Transhumance. That kind of a seasonal migration. Okay, so this is a kind of a seasonal migration along with the cattle. Along with the cattle. Now, various different tribes, they practice transhumance. So you have the example of the tribes which carry it out. You have which of the tribes? So you have Bhotiyas in the region of Uttarakhand and some part of Himachal Pradesh. Bhotiyas. Then you have Bakarwals. Bakarwals. Then you also have the Gujars. Right? So they practice this transhumance. Bakarwals and Gujars you will find to be present in the region of Jammu Kashmir as well. Jammu Kashmir is where typically you will find the presence of these Bakarwals to be in existence. So they move up the slope during the summer season and that is where the cattle they graze, and again during the winter season they will come down. That is a characteristic. Yes, they are in Kashmir. Abhishek, which ruler used to bring soils of Karivas to grow plants? Well, it was done by none other than one of the most opulent Mughal kings, that is Jahangir. Jahangir was famously known for bringing that soil of Karevas back to the Agra fort, and in his courtyard he would grow grapes, because again the Mughals, they were very fond of their own wine, and Jahangir was absolutely convinced that it is the soil that gives rise to these kinds of specific grapes, and that is why he would bring those soil back to Agra. Okay, and then Pranay, uh, growing roof plants on rooftop will reduce urban heat island effect. Yes, to some extent, but if it is done on a large prominent area and across the urban area, that is when. Okay, Gagan, can we say dunes and duars are on top of fault lines between the ranges? Oh, please understand, you are talking about a Mughal king, a Mughal ruler who could very easily bring back another batch of soil, right? Okay. Now, these mountains, that is the Himalayan ranges in the eastern part, they get particularly narrow. Okay. So the mountain ranges in the east are very narrow as compared to the western part. The mountains in the east are very narrow. And why is that? Because there is a greater amount of compression. Because of greater amount of compression. Now, why is there a greater amount of compression? We have talked about it, that as there was a kind of a resistance which was felt on the western part, the entire plate swiveled to the east slightly, and that is when the eastern part again further collided with the Burmese plate on the east and the Eurasian plate to the north. That is why there is a greater compression. Now, if that there is a greater compression, obviously the ranges will be very narrow, right? That is an understood phenomena. Now, what that does that mean about the state of the rocks? The rocks will also be very compressed. Now, whenever the rocks are very compressed, very deformed, they will try to get back into their natural state. They will try to decompress. And when that condition exists in the rocks, what natural phenomena do we experience? In case the compressed rocks, they want to decompress themselves, what kind of natural phenomena do we experience? Very good, beautiful. Earthquakes. So that is why what is expected is that in the next few years, that is in the next 100 years, majority of the earthquakes will be lying in the northeastern part, because there the compression has not been relieved for a very long period of time. While the compression in the west continuously, that compression is not so significantly high, because the mountain ranges are wide enough, so there is enough time for the, or enough scope for the land to get decompressed. And whenever that happens, there is partial uh, eruption or partial earthquake activities which keep on happening, releasing that amount of stress. But in the case of the eastern part, that compression has been present for a very, very long period of time. Now, that is why in this entire area, you will find that immediately from here itself, in the case of the Western Himalayas, you will find that from the region of Shivaliks to the region of the Great Himalayas, you will have a considerable distance, 300, 400 kilometers, sometimes even beyond that. But in this case, immediately from the plains, you will be able to see very lofty and snow-capped mountains. In other words, if ever you have visited the plains of Punjab, very rarely will you be able to look at the Great Himalayas, because initially you will have Shivaliks, then after some distance the Middle Himalayas, after some distance Great Himalayas. So very rarely will you be able to look at the Great Himalayas, right? But in the case of Eastern Himalayas, because the compression is so high, so immediately beyond the plains, you'll find very lofty and very high peaks in existence. That is a unique feature. Now, in here, you have a syntaxial bend which is present around the region of Namcha Barwa. That is the axis of the mountains themselves. They indicate a kind of a change. Here also, you will find the presence of fold mountains in the form of Patkaibam, Naga Hills, Mizo Hills, or Lushai. Then you have Mikir and Barel ranges. They are also present as the mountain ranges here. Garo, Khasi, and Jayantia, they are not considered to be the part of the Himalayas. They are considered to be a part of the peninsular system. Okay. Now, Vijay, what is a meaning of a pass? So pass basically indicates, pass is a short form of passage. So in the case of a mountainous area, the movement is virtually impossible. However, in certain areas, you'll find that there is a kind of a low-lying region which is in existence. And that low-lying region is what is referred to as a pass. Okay, which in local language is also referred to as La, Nathula, Shipki La, Khardung La, Bamla, Sela, right? So that is the pass in existence. Okay, now after this, we come to the portion of northern plains, but before that, we will also be talking about one of those areas that we initially touched upon when we were talking about mass movement, and that is landslides in Himalayas. Landslides in Himalayas. Now, generally, you will experience that in India, or you will observe that in India, landslides, they do occur both in the case of Western Ghats as well as in the region of Himalayas. But landslides in Himalayas are much more frequent, and they are much more prominent as well. So why is it that you have more landslides in the region of Himalayas? So here, if we take a look at it, basically here, hills and mountains, guys, the difference we have covered in the first module itself. Hills are basically shorter in height, they have rounded tops, they will never be covered with snow on top because of lesser height. In many of the cases, hills are a residue of the earlier existent mountain which has been weathered and eroded. Okay, so why is it that in the region of Himalayas you experience so frequent landslides? First, unstable landmass. Landmass means frequent earthquakes or seismic activities, events. That means whenever there is an earthquake, as the hills and the mountains, they will get shaken. So the loose materials will start falling, right? Then plates are still moving, which means slope is still evolving, which means as and when the slope evolves, there will be a significant variation in the steepness of the slope. So again, indicating a fall of the materials. Now, then other than that, hogback topography. Hogback topography means sharper southern slopes, steep southern slopes. Whenever the slope is steep, means materials will start to move very, very easily. Then heavy rainfall, heavy rains. Why? Orographic rains and also frequent cloud bursts. Frequent cloud bursts, right? So suddenly, in the case of cloudburst, you will have excessive amount of water which will come into existence, and excessive amount of water which will indicate a kind of a flow pattern. Okay, then after that, you will also experience in this particular portion glacial activity, glacial movement can initiate a movement across the slope. Across the slope. Right? Then after that, you have unsustainable construction activities, damaging the slope stability. Slope stability. Then high number of local streams carrying out erosion can lead to destabilization. Okay? Then lack of dense vegetation in many parts. Few parts have dense vegetation, but in many parts you have a significant lack of dense vegetation. Cover in some parts. Then after that, if you observe, you will also come across mining activities would lead to what? Usage of explosives and that would carry out slope weakening. Okay, so these are few of the factors that you can list. Okay, so these are few of the factors that you can list here, and that is why in this region you will experience very frequent landslides. Landslides do also occur in the region of the Western Ghats, but it is comparatively much lesser in number because that is an old landmass and that is a stable landmass. Also in the region of Western Ghats you have a dense forest cover as well. So that is why landslides don't occur there. But here you have rampant construction activities, infrastructure building, unsustainable building, where you have a slope and you dig out a slope in a region to build a resort. So in that way, you have weakened the slope in that region. So whenever the slope is weakened, materials will tend to flow down to gain a kind of a stability. That is why almost every year when there is a cloud burst or during the rainy season, the region of, at least in the region of Himachal and Uttarakhand, you will necessarily end up experiencing a kind of landslide. Solifluction, Shivam, is not very consistently present in the region of Himalayas. Solifluction mostly will be observed in areas where you have permafrost. So in the case of the Himalayas, the landslides are observed generally between the second and the third ranges, and that is beyond the area of solifluction mostly. Okay, so that is basically the reasoning about it. Then we come to the region of the northern plains. So immediately to the south of the region of the Himalayas, you have the presence of very fertile plains, that is the northern plains. Now these northern plains, they have very significantly thick alluvial deposits. Now here, these northern plains are almost close to the region of the sea level, right? They are almost at the same level as the sea. So when you have the height almost similar to the sea level, basically what does that mean? That basically means that here in this area, you have a plain which has got depositions and significantly it is leveled off. Now, the geographers, when they looked at it and when they tried to estimate the depth of these sedimentary deposits, they were stunned to look at it and they were stunned to find out, very surprised to find out, that in certain areas, the depth of these alluvial deposits are more than even 2 kilometers. Right? So imagine that there has been a deposit of 2 kilometers of sediment, 2 kilometers thick sedimentary deposit, and now it has reached sea level, which basically led them to think that there must have been a kind of a depression in that area at one point of time, and that is why you would have observed that now it has leveled off. So this entire concept was postulated by the Austrian, very famous Austrian geographer, that is Edward Suess. Edward Suess basically, he postulated that entire concept for the formation of the northern plains, and that is where Edward Suess talked about the concept of four deep. Now, what is a four deep? So, break this down. Four means something which lies before, in front of it, something which lies in front, and deep means a depth. So Edward Suess postulated that, look, as the Indian plate would have collided, it would not have simply led to a kind of a uniform upliftment. The land would have been folded to develop a kind of an anticline and a kind of a syncline as well. So he said that as the Indian landmass would have collided, obviously the peninsular plateau being very hard and significantly thicker, So they would not have indicated such kind of an easy folding. It is the land beyond that which would have indicated a folding. So Edward Hughes indicated that when we talk about the Indian landmass undergoing a collision, so while the landmass significantly upfolded itself to form the present day Himalayas, but in order to counter that, there would also have been development of a kind of a syncline or a depression. And here you would have the presence of peninsula plateau. And the rivers from the region of the Himalayas which would drain here, those rivers would eventually fill this region with the deposit. So this was the creation of a syncline. Of a geosyncline. Okay. As a result of the portion of the land getting compressed, resultant of compression of the land. And this geosyncline which was developed, this was named by Edward Hughes as the four deep. And he said that, look, the Indo-Brahm rivers, basically Indo-Brahm is a term used for a combination of Indus, Ganga and the Brahmaputra. So he said that the Indo-Brahm rivers would drain through this area and they would carry out significant amount of deposits in this area. And it would be only till the region of the Peninsular Plateau, because the Peninsular Plateau being very hard and igneous rocks, hard igneous rocks present, they would not be folded so easily. So that is why the fold would happen beyond that. And that is where in this four deep, eventually as the water would drain into it, you would have the deposit of fertile sediments brought by the rivers. So here, deposition of fertile sediments brought by the Himalayan rivers. Okay? So that would have created this entire region of these plains. In fact, this theory even goes further to say that at one point of time in this entire area, you would have had the presence of a shallow water body because the water did not find a place to move out. It was only after the part of the Peninsular Plateau collapsed due to the forces of compression as the part of the Peninsular Plateau eventually collapsed. That is when Ganga and Brahmaputra found an exit to the Bay of Bengal. And that is when you had, till that point of time, you had the water accumulating in this area, creating a lot of sedimentation in the process. That is the entire theory, but you don't need to look into that. Not at all required for your general studies. Even for optional area, such amount of detailing is not at all required. Just understand how the northern plains came into existence. So basically, as the Indian landmass and the European landmass collided, while there was an upthrust creating a kind of an anticline, to balance that, you also had the creation and the formation of a geosyncline, right? Upward is always countered and an equilibrium is attained if you have a downward depression as well. This geosyncline would exist to the north of the Peninsular Plateau. Why? Because the Peninsular Plateau being consisted of hard igneous rocks, there the folding would not have happened. That is why beyond that, you would have had that kind of a folding, which was then eventually filled by the sediments brought by the Indus, Ganga, and the Brahmaputra river system, which form that very fertile alluvial plains. This is the reason why in certain areas, the northern plains have the depth of alluvial deposits, which can extend up till 2 kilometers, and even in certain areas, it is estimated that the depth can be even 3 kilometers. So that is how deep the alluvial deposits are. Okay? Now, here, when we talk about, no, these are not similar to dunes. Dunes are different. So that is the formation of these northern plains. If we take a look at the feature, so they are formed by the alluvial deposits brought by the rivers, that is the Indus, Ganga, and the Brahmaputra. They extend approximately for 3,200 kilometers from the region of east to the region of the west, with the average width being 150 to 300 kilometers, that being the average width. Okay, now this northern plain is widest in the west, and narrowest in the east. Okay, it is widest in the west and narrowest in the east. In the east, where you, as we will study the portion of Peninsular Plateau, in the east, when you have the region around Raj Mahal Hills, around Chota Nagpur Plateau, that is where it is at its narrowest. And that is where River Ganga then takes a sudden southward bend or a sudden southward turn as well. Okay? Now, these northern plains also, it is not as if they are uniformly composed of the same type of materials as you move from one region to another. When you come down from the hills and the mountains, immediately at that region you find large rocky deposits, very large boulders of sorts. Then slowly and steadily that leads to a kind of a marshy area. Then eventually you have the flood plains, which are deposited by the rivers. So the northern plains also, they are not very homogeneous in their composition. They are further divided, subclassified into the region of Bhabar, Tarai, Khadar, and Bhangar. So if you try to understand how these would have come into existence, let's suppose when we talk about the region of the Himalayas, high and lofty mountains, from top of this, you would have had the rivers which would flow. The rivers would flow from here, isn't it? Now, these rivers, while they are flowing from here, and understand it chronologically, if the rivers are coming down the mountains with a significant amount of speed, that speed will give them a significant erosional power as well. The rivers will have very significant erosional power. Now, when they are coming down with a significant erosional power, they will be able to carry large boulders, very big rock parts and large boulders, right? Now, those large boulders, immediately when the river comes down the slope, here, will the river now, as it is flowing into the plain area, will the river be able to carry out those large boulders and those large rocks along with it? What do you think? Yes, near the region of the fan. No, they would not be able to carry those large boulders. So what will happen to all those boulders that the river has brought? All those large and big boulders, they would be dropped here on top of each other and top of the river channel. The large boulders would be dropped here. So if ever you get an opportunity, let's say even in northern Bengal, you can observe this, but let's say more easily accessible area is the region of Haridwar and Rishikesh. So if ever you get an opportunity to travel by road, not the main highway, but the state highways and the district roads that you have between Rishikesh to Haridwar, you'll find a lot of areas where you have these large boulders which are present, right? Now, this is a region where if you stand there, if you are present there, you will not be able to, if you look at it from top, if you observe it from top, let's say from here, will you be able to look at the river? No, the river will be hidden underneath these boulders because the boulders will be covering them from top. But you will consistently be able to hear the rumbling noise of the river. That rumbling noise can oftentimes be very disturbing, and it can be very scary during certain cases of rainy season as well. So this particular area, this particular tract, that is what is referred to as Bhabar. This particular tract where you have the deposits, that is where you have the Bhabar. Okay, especially across the region of Rajaji National Park, the entire extent of it, there you will find this. And also, as correctly has been pointed out, even in the region around Champawat, even as you come down from the slopes anywhere in Uttarakhand, Uttarakhand is where it is very easily visible, very easily accessible, the Bhabar tracts. Now, here, do you think you can carry out agricultural practices here? Do you think agriculture can be carried out here? Absolutely not. No agriculture. But here and there, you will find random trees to be present. One or two random trees to be present here and there. Where these boulders come from? The boulders come from top of the mountains. Where else can the boulders come from? Right? So agriculture won't be there. Agricultural practices cannot be followed, but you will find the presence of random trees here and there. Now, after these deposits have happened, basically the river sort of re-emerges. The river has always been present, but it is hidden underneath these boulders. After this, because now we are in a plain area, now in plain area, you have a lot of water which has to flow, and you don't have a pre-designated channel immediately next to the boulder that this is the river channel through which the river will flow. So what will happen? River will start following multiple channels. River will start flowing through multiple different channels. In the process, it will inundate the soil, it will saturate the soil with huge amount of moisture presence. So here, river starts river follows multiple channels. So in this region, as the river starts to flow through multiple different channels, the soil will be very enriched with moisture. And when the soil is very enriched with moisture, what happens? Very dense vegetation, a kind of a marshy land will be created, a kind of a saturated soil condition, and lot of dense vegetation, right? And wherever you have dense vegetation, obviously, you will have lot of wildlife as well. So after this, again, as it moves ahead, the river will consolidate itself and will develop a kind of a channel of flow. It will start following the slope and it will develop a unified channel. But in this area, where the river flows through multiple different channels, this region is referred to as the Tarai belt. Very heavily forested, densely forested. If ever you have got an opportunity to visit the region of Corbett National Park, you will find the presence of this kind of a condition. Okay. Now, beyond that, as the river flows, that is when it deposits the sediments next to it. That is when the sediments are deposited next to it. In the case of the floodplains that we have already studied what a floodplain is, so they get deposited next to it. Now, sometimes what happens is that maybe 100 years ago, 150 years ago, the river would have flooded significantly. So you would have had certain deposits which would have happened away from the river flow. You would have had certain deposits away from the river flow. Maybe when the river would have flooded a long time back to such extent, right? And then these deposits would never have been replenished because the river flow is very restricted. So here, this is where you have the older deposits. These are your older deposits. Of sediments. And these are your newer deposits, where every year these deposits are replenished. These are your newer deposits. Every year it is replenished. Every season it is replenished because the river will continue to bring the sediments endlessly. So you have newer deposits. Okay, both these older and newer deposits, they will form the part of the fertile alluvial plain. But which will be more fertile, newer deposit or older deposit? What do you think? Which of them will be more fertile in general? Obviously, it will be the newer deposit because there the replenishment of nutrient is happening on a regular basis. So that is why the newer deposits will be much more fertile. These older deposits, they are referred to as Bhangar, and the newer deposits are referred to as Khadar, as we will take a look into. So when we take a look into Bhabar, basically it is a narrow belt 8 to 10 kilometer parallel to the Shivalik foothills. The rivers disappear in this zone as rivers deposit heavy materials of rocks and boulders. That is why river is not visible from top, because the boulders and the rock pieces, they will block the view. And this area is not suitable for agriculture because of lack of soil cover, in the sense that on top of the soil you will have a lot of boulders deposited. So obviously agriculture cannot be carried out. However, random trees here and there can be found out. Then to the south of Babar, you'll find the presence of the Tarai belt, where again the approximate width is around 10 to 20 kilometers. Here again, the streams and the rivers re-emerge without any properly demarcated channel. And here you have marshy and swampy conditions known as the Tarai, luxurious growth of natural vegetation, due to which it also houses a variety of wildlife as well. That is the Tarai. Then, furthermore, as you move further south or further beyond, that is when you have the fertile alluvial plains, where these are the flood plains. Flood plains brought into existence due to the flow of the river. Okay, so it is divided into Khadar and Bhangar. Bhangar is the older alluvium along the river beds, forming terraces higher than the floodplain. That is, in general, what it refers to is that the floodplains, if you look at it, if ever you have been to these plain areas, you will observe a general kind of a topography somewhat like this. This is where the river is flowing. This is the river channel. So here you will generally find the presence of older alluvium, which has been deposited by the river long time back when maybe the river would have flooded there. So here you will find the older alluvium. Okay. And on sides, Immediately across the river channel, you'll find frequent deposits happening, newer deposits, and there you will have newer alluvium. So that newer alluvium is referred to as Khadar, and the older alluvium is referred to as Bhangar. Now, in the case of the older alluvium, what also happens is, because they have been in existence for a long period of time, they will start imposing weight upon each other. As they start imposing weight upon each other, the lower ones, they will experience the lower particles, the alluvial particles, sedimentary particles, they will experience a kind of a significant compression. And due to that compression, few of the calcium, etc., other nutrients, they leak out, and calcium has got a binding property. So due to that leak out of calcium, few of the particles will start combining together, forming larger chunks and larger particles in general. And that is what you have as conchars. Right? Conchar is something that you would hear, especially in the northern part of the country. You would hear the term conchars quite frequently. Basically, in the grains, in the food grains, etc., you will have these small pebbles or stone-like particles that are referred to as conchars. They are nothing but calcareous concretions. Calcareous concretions means that in the presence of calcium, particles have come together to make a larger piece. So, in the presence of calcium, particles join together or combine together to form a larger grain. Right? Larger grain of sediment. That is what is conchar. Okay, that is generally a feature of older alluvium. In the case of older alluvium, you will find that only certain kinds of crops, for example, in the region of Bhangar, you will find crops such as maize, millets, pulses, grams, some types of oil seeds, only these can be grown. Whereas in the case of Khadar, almost all types of crops can be grown because Khadar is very fertile. So when we talk about Khadar, virtually all types can grow. Okay, right? So conchar is a feature generally associated with the Bhangar conditions or the Bhangar soil. That is where you will find the presence of conchars along it. Okay, now then that is the portion of northern plains. It is also subdivided into the regional bases, just like the Himalayas, based on the features. So you have the plains, the middle Ganga plains, the lower Ganga plains, etc., upper Ganga plains. So all of this is again a regional division of the plains which happens. And here, based upon the rainfall distribution, you have different types of cropping patterns, etc., which are in existence. Then as we move to the west of, or in fact southwest of the northern plains, there we come across the Indian desert, the great Indian desert, which is also the Thar desert. Now the Thar desert, which generally occupies the portion of western Rajasthan and portions of eastern Pakistan. Now, this has not always been a desert if you talk about the geological and the geographical history of the place. This has not always been a desert. This has been created as a desert in recent history. In fact, when the Indian plate was colliding with the Eurasian landmass, it is estimated that some amount of the Tethyan sea water also accumulated in this area, forming a very shallow sea. So that is why. Now, by the way, where you have a presence of a shallow sea for a prolonged duration, after some time, which kind of resource can you find in that area? Which kind of natural resource can you find in that area? If you have a shallow sea in one region, tea. Why will you find tea in that area? Okay. So you will find basically the presence of fossil fuels. So that is why in the region of Rajasthan, you'll find the presence of fossil fuels, that is crude oil. Crude oil, natural gas, that is something that you find in the Rajasthan till today, which indicates that at one point of time it would have been underwater, under shallow sea. And also, where you have the presence of shallow sea, eventually in those areas, you also end up finding the presence of limestone deposits. In the region of Rajasthan, not only do you have the presence of limestone deposits, but also the metamorphic form of limestone, that is the presence of marble. So that is what you find in the region of Rajasthan. That is the presence of marble, limestone, and also significant amount of crude oil, which indicates the presence of shallow waters. Now, it has not always been a desert, and it has formed as a desert. Why? Because of the alignment or the orientation of the Aravalis. The Aravali ranges, if you will observe, these Aravali ranges in general have an orientation from southwest to northeast. So this is a desert. Desert due to the alignment or the orientation of Aravalis. Okay. Now, orientation of the Aravalis in this manner means that the Arabian Sea branch of monsoon moves parallel to the Aravalis, leading to no causation of rainfall. And the Bay of Bengal branch of monsoon, they are able to cause rainfall, little amount of rainfall, only in the eastern part of Rajasthan. Okay, so you have Bay of Bengal, Bay of Bengal branch of monsoon, causes rainfall to the east of Aravalis, whereas Arabian Sea branch of monsoon moves parallel to Aravalis, causing a lack of rain. Okay. So that is why, if you consider the region across the western portion of Rajasthan, this entire western portion of Rajasthan, that will be absolutely devoid of rainfall, isn't it? Because the Bay of Bengal branch of monsoon is not reaching there, the Arabian Sea branch of monsoon is unable to be stopped there, and that is why this region is devoid of rain, creating a desert. Devoid of rains, and that creates deserts. Okay, so that is why you have the region of the western Rajasthan getting created as a desert, but historically it has not always been a desert. As Indian plate has moved northwards from the region of the southern hemisphere, for most of the parts of it, it is estimated that this region was not a desert. It is only in the recent past, for the few million years, that you have the region of Rajasthan getting converted into a desert. But now I hope you are also aware, or you are also able to understand why you have the presence of oil and natural gas in the region of Rajasthan. And I also hope now you will be able to tell that why you find limestone and marble in particular in Rajasthan. The Makrana marbles, the very famous marbles of Rajasthan. Why do you have marbles there? Because you had limestone, and limestone, when metamorphosed, gets converted into marble. Okay? Now, here, when we talk about the Indian desert, it lies to the northwest of the Aravalli Hills. It is a land of undulating topography dotted with longitudinal dunes and barchans. We have looked at what barchans are, what different types of longitudinal transverse dunes, star dunes. We have looked at it in the portion of landforms. And here you have low rainfall, that is 15 centimeter per year. And that is where you have very low vegetation cover. This is also what is referred to as Marusthali. It is basically one of those areas where you have frequent shifting mushroom rocks, shifting dunes, rather mushroom rocks, and also presence of few of the smaller oases in between. That is also mostly to be found in the southern part of the desert, but not typically in the western part. Yes, yardangs. Yardangs are not so prominent here. Yardangs are very prominent in the region of Iran and some parts of Saudi Arabia. Yardangs are not very prominent in Thar. Okay? Right? Monish, why oil presence in Thar Desert? Because at one point of time, as I told you, it was underwater. You had the shallow waters of Tethys Sea engulfing that area as Indian plate was colliding there. So it remained underwater for a long period of time. That is why you have those crude oil. Would there have been corals under the Tethys Sea in Rajasthan? Probably so, yes. Any evidence of mythological river Saraswati? See, whenever a question for mythology comes, immediately I get very scared, right? So I have no answer for that. But basically, when we talk about the evidence of it, to be very frank, we don't even know which area to look into, right? We don't even know which area to look into for the presence of Saraswati. For example, few of the evidences also tell us that the region in the river Ghaggar, which moves in the region of Haryana, that only might be the ancient Saraswati. Few of the evidences based on the study of Rig Veda, they tell us that the river Harakwati, which is present in the region around Kabul, that might be the mention of river Saraswati. Then the various different committees and commissions which have been established by the government time and again, few of the committees, they have told that there is no evidence. The government has set up a committee again, and the second committee would say that yes, there is evidence. Then the new government would come, they would set up a committee, they would say no evidence. Again, another committee would be formed. Obviously, if I tell you, give me a report, you say that this is not happening, I remove you, I bring someone else, that person knows that why the other one was removed. So he will say that, yes, there is evidence. So there have been various different indications which indicate the presence of an underwater channel that indicates the presence of an ancient river there. But whether that was Saraswati or not, whether Saraswati did exist or not, we still don't know for sure. Whatever your belief system is, follow that. If you tend to believe that yes, Saraswati was a mighty river which was in existence, and if you believe that in the region of Prayagraj, other than Ganga and Yamuna, Saraswati also meets there, believe that. But when it comes to the portion of civil services and examination of civil services, let me give you an assurance in stamp paper if you want. UPSC will never ask you this question. Even in interview, they won't dare. Even if you tell them that ask me a question about Saraswati, I've read about Saraswati, they won't ask you a question from that. Okay, so I hope that is the main concern, right? Okay. So again, I would say that for all the questions regarding Kailash range, Kailash mountain, the uniqueness of it, Ram Setu, and also the portion of, this is the portion that we have already done, right? So Kailash ranges, the unique feature observed in Mansarovar, Ram Setu, Saraswati River, any such kinds of things other that you can fathom, I have no answer for that. Even I think UPSC does not dare to enter into these areas. You will never find the mighty UPSC, even they don't have the enough courage to ask you questions for that, because even they can be surprised by the answers that the students will write. And who will they give more marks? So such questions won't be asked. Okay. Why so conflicting theories? Because of conflicting beliefs. And in fact, all the amongst all of you, if I ask the same question, how many of you believe there was a Saraswati, there was not? I'm not asking this question, by the way. I'm not, even in my wildest dreams, I'm not going to ask this question from you. But just giving you as an example, if I ask you this question, all of you will have different answers. Same people, they make up the various commissions and the committees as well. So I hope you can understand the pragmatic realities. Okay. Priyanka, wherever you have the presence of the shallow seas, wherever you have the presence of shallow water bodies in the marginal seas, shallow seas, etc., there you will have the presence of limestone because of calcareous and calcium deposits. And those limestones eventually get metamorphosed into the marble rocks. Okay? Right? We'll discuss the questions of physiography, Indian geography, we'll discuss at the end of it. Don't worry. And Amit, figure you explained is in north to south direction? Mostly, yes. But it can also be, see, immediately to the south of the mountain, you will find Bhabar, Amit, and then you will find Terai. After that, the river can, if the river is flowing closer to the river, depending upon the direction in which it is flowing, closer to the river Khadar, away from the river, the older deposits, that is Bangar. Okay. Then any role of ocean current in formation of Thar? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And yeah, I hope that, Vaibhav, I hope you got your answer. Bhabar is at the youthful stage of the river? Yes. Khadar and Bhangar is related to east or west direction? Depends. If the river is flowing like this, what is east and what is west? In that case, near here you will have Khadar on both ends and Bhabar will be there on both ends. So it depends on the flow. Okay, Pranay, what was your question? Anil, did it same phenomena of dunes will not happen in lesser and out? It can happen. It can happen, Anil. Okay, and cold current is not present, so ocean. It is not as if cold current is not present. Near Thar Desert, do you have any oceanic current which is present? Thar Desert doesn't share a water boundary. I hope we are aware of this. Okay. And Pranay, your question was marginal seas and shallow seas are the same? No, they are not same. Shallow seas basically mean water level is low. It is not deep. Marginal seas means near the land area. So marginal seas can be shallow, but marginal seas can be deeper as well. Okay? Right? I hope that is clear. Now we come to the portion of the peninsular plateau. Now, peninsular plateau is basically very, very interesting, because if you want to go into the depth of it, you can continue reading for many, many days. Still, you won't be able to explore all of it. It is easily the oldest landform in India, and few of the estimates indicate that it is the oldest landform in the entirety of the world. So, how is it that the peninsular plateau got created? For that, we have to go back to the basics, how landform is created. How do you think landform is created? As a result of volcanic eruption, right? So Peninsular Plateau was also created as a result of volcanic eruption. But then can one volcanic eruption create such a large area of landmass? Absolutely not. Never. So that means different areas would have been created at different times and they would have come together, they would have joined. And that is what formed the Peninsular Plateau. So Peninsular Plateau basically is a combination of many different such volcanic landforms which were created billions of years ago. Here I'm not talking about millions of years, billions of years. And they have been changing continuously, with the latest change happening in the Peninsula Plateau around 40 to 50 million years back. In fact, the last 100 million years have been very eventful in the life of the Peninsula Plateau, if you consider it. Right? So this Peninsula Plateau, it is estimated that if we take a look at the written text of it, so rising from the height of 150-meter above the river plains to an elevation of 600 to 900-meter is the irregular triangle known as the Peninsula Plateau. It is one of the oldest landforms created on Earth and easily the oldest landform in India. The peninsular region, having a volcanic origin, has underwent erosional and weathering activities for millions of years. As a result of it, the lower regions, which would be rich in minerals, they are now closer to the surface. That is why the Peninsula Plateau region is so very rich in minerals. And that is why majority of the mineral-bearing states in India, they lie across the Peninsula Plateau. So how have they been created? How has this oldest landform in India been created? So understand, as it is famously said, understand the chronology of it. So basically, it was created in very separate instances. Separate land masses were created. I hope we are aware of the fact that Indian landmass for a majority of the portion in the recent history has lied in the southern hemisphere. So please don't be surprised that you are saying it is volcanic landform, but now we don't have any volcanoes. So either the landmass is cheating with us or you are lying. So these volcanic eruptions happened long time back, very, very long time back. So initially, if you take a look at it, basically, you had volcanic eruptions which created individual land masses. You had the building blocks. These building blocks of the larger continents, the small building blocks which make up a larger continent, they are also what are referred to as cratons. When we talk about the term cratons, these are the building blocks of land masses making up larger continents as well. So initially you had one of these. This was the Chota Nagpur Craton. Chota Nagpur. It is estimated, as per the research paper which was submitted in December 2021, it was estimated that this Chota Nagpur Craton is in fact, the evidence is indicated that it is the oldest landmass of the world, because there were evidences of certain kinds of stones which indicated that at one point of time, this would have had the presence of very vast sandy beaches as well. Presently, in the region of Chota Nagpur Plateau, you don't have any beaches in existence. So that means it has undergone multiple changes. Simultaneously, you also had the existence of the Bastar Plateau, the formation and the creation of the Bastar Plateau. Okay. Then you had the formation of the landmass in this area. That is the Aravalis and the region of Bundelkhand and Malwa. Bundelkhand. The region of Bundelkhand is also very, very old. Then you had the Aravalis. And here also, you had the presence and the formation of a plateau that you refer to as Karnataka Plateau. Now, all of these were individual land masses. It is said that over a period of time, over a period of millions and hundreds of millions of years, rivers would have originated from them, and these rivers would have brought sediments. Those sediments would have been deposited in the region in between, right? They would have been they would have created sedimentary rocks, which would have then converted into metamorphic rocks, and that is how the entire region would have gotten together. In fact, for the coming together of Bastar and the Chota Nagpur Plateau, it is said that the formation of the Garjat Hills, which you find in the region of Odisha, that is an indicator of an old mountain getting created because of the coming together of these two land masses. In fact, the Aravalis are in many of the texts you will find they are referred to as the oldest fold mountains of the world, one of the oldest. In fact, the geological evidences indicate that at one point of time, Aravalis would have been so very high that the peaks would be covered with ice and glaciers, very massive glaciers, would have been moving from that area. That is how very old fold mountains. So this is Aravalis are old fold mountains. So what happened to Aravalis now? Once if they had glaciers, if they were so high, now why you don't find them to be that high anymore? Nobody gives them nutrition or what? Because once the upfolding stops, that is when, as the land is getting created, you have both endogenic and exogenic forces which are acting. But as soon as the upfolding stops, the exogenic forces, they are the only forces which act, and that is when they erode it, they weather it down, and the height keeps on reducing. That is why Aravalis are also considered to be a residual hill now, okay, which is a residue of what mighty Aravalis at one point of time would have existed. Now, this was the broader landform, broader shape of the landform carried by the deposits of the rivers in between. Now, the Indian landmass at that point of time, it is said that this plateau would have extended or would be extended even in the region of Garo, Khasi, and Jayantia. Now, the Indian landmass started moving almost 120 million years back away from Gondwana land. It started moving to the north. Now, as this movement was happening, Indian landmass, the western part of the Indian landmass, came over the region of Reunion Islands. Now, this movement, obviously, it is happening at 1 centimeter, 2 centimeter a year, 5 centimeter a year, 10 centimeter a year. So it is not very fast. So when the Indian landmass came over the region of the Reunion Island hotspot, you had an immense volcanic eruption. And from that Reunion Island volcanic hotspot, it is estimated that you had the expulsion of close to around 150,000 kilometer cube. It is an estimate. I will repeat. 150,000 kilometer cube of lava was spread out from this Reunion Island hotspot. Obviously, all of that material cannot come out at once. So it came out in multiple phases, multiple different stages, each happening after few 100,000 years, few million years later. Now, this lava, which comes out of a volcanic hotspot, is mostly basaltic in nature. Basaltic means it will be darker, it will be heavier, greater in density. So this lava started spreading in this region, in this area. Right? Here you had basaltic eruption from Reunion Island hotspot. Now, this basaltic eruption would mean what? It did not happen at once. it happened in multiple different phases. Imagine that today the eruption happens, which spreads lava for many hundreds of kilometers. And again, an eruption follows 100 years later, or 200 years later, or 500 years later, 1000 years later, maybe a million years later. So this lava started spreading. It started spreading because obviously basaltic lava will spread easily. It will have a flow associated to it. So it started spreading and it formed layer upon layer. It formed multiple different layers. Right? So on the edges of this entire region, you would find a kind of a step-like feature. Step-like feature. Now these steps, they are also referred to as treppen, right? So steps, for this a term is used, that is treppen. And from this, the entire region has been named as Deccan Traps. If ever you get an opportunity to drive through the region between, let's say, Mumbai to Pune or Mumbai to Nashik, or even Mumbai to the Konkan area, you will find a lot of these step-like features to be present. And if you observe them in these rocks and in the hills are not mightily high enough, but you will be able to distinguish the various different layered pattern. Those layered pattern are caused by lava spreads which would have happened multiple different years. Oftentimes between these layers you will find the presence of water. Water is trapped in between these layers as well. In the region around, for example, if you take the region around Mumbai and the Konkan coast, there in certain areas the depth or the width of this lava deposit is for few kilometers as well. So a lot of lava was given out. And that is what formed the portion of Deccan Traps. As I told you, this happened close to around 90 to 80 to 90 million years ago. But again, as I told you, that this previous 100 million years have been very eventful. So this was not the final configuration of the land that we see. As this eruption was happening, now imagine and observe carefully. Let's suppose in this area, you have significant amount of eruption, which has created a volcanic landform like this. Very thick and very dense as well. So for the next magmatic eruption to happen, will it be easy for the lava to come out, or will lava find it incredibly difficult to erupt and break through the surface? What do you think? Will it be easy for the magma to break through the surface, or will it be difficult? Right? Common sense. It will be very difficult to break through the surface because, as I told you, in certain areas you had kilometers thick of lava deposit. And these are basaltic lava. Basaltic lava cannot carry out an explosion. So, at that point of time, you had significant amount of magma. If imagine this is the Deccan, this is the east, this is the western portion, this is the region of Maharashtra. Let's suppose this is the region of the east. So here you had magma which was starting, which tried to come out but could not. In the process, it started hitting the surface, creating a kind of an uphill portion. And that magma solidified underneath itself and it created a slope from west to east. And that slope exists till today. That is why till today you will find majority of the rivers which originate in the Western Ghats, they will move all the way into the east, into the Eastern Ghats. That is where the slope was evolved, as the lava could not come out. But still, The life was very happening for Peninsular Plateau. It did not mean an end to the happening life of Peninsular Plateau. It started marching north. As the Peninsular Plateau moved away from the region of Reunion Island hotspot, volcanic eruptions came to a standstill. There were no further volcanic eruptions which were observed in this region. But then, this entire area was made up of igneous rocks. Now, in the case of igneous rocks, dense igneous rocks especially, folding is easier or development of cracks is easier? What do you think? When you have dense igneous rocks, is it easy to fold them, or under the pressure will they develop a crack? Good. They will develop a crack. That is when, under the compressions which they experienced as India pushed north, they started developing cracks. Fault lines developed. And when you have fault lines developing, that is when you have emergence of systems like block mountains. And here you have the block or the Horst fault. And here you have the Horst fault or the Horst mountain in the form of Vindhyas and Satpura. In between them, you have the Rift Valley through which Narmada drains into Arabian Sea. That is why Narmada drains into Arabian Sea, despite the fact that the slope is from west to east. All the rivers move from west to east. But because of the fault line and a rift valley which was created, that is why Narmada drains to the Arabian Sea. Still, the life was very happening. So here, as it still collided, as finally it collided with the Eurasian landmass. Now, when two solid objects collide, the impact is going to be very significant. And it is not as if two solid objects collide, the damage will not only be here, damage can be here as well, or here as well, right? Depending upon how that impulse or momentum is transferred through the body, the damage can be observed anywhere. So as they collided, due to the force and the impact of collision, the Peninsular Plateau developed a lot of cracks. Amongst the cracks which were developed, if you take a look at the Peninsular Plateau, a broader kind of formulation of the Peninsular Plateau, this was the broader Peninsular Plateau. Cracks developed. Cracks developed where? Cracks developed here, across the region where basaltic lava formations had happened. And also, a significant crack developed here. Now, if such a kind of crack develops or a fault line develops, you had development of fault line. Or crack. Now, once the crack has developed, will the land be able to hold itself along with it? That because we have been together for so many millions of years, please don't say goodbye to me, we will still be together. Will that happen? No. Now that crack has developed, now there is nothing holding the land. What happens? The land subsides. Land sinks, right? It will start sinking. So that is when, observe this entire area. Observe a wide continental shelf to the west. That is a portion which was very much a part of Peninsular Plateau. But because of the crack, it simply sunk, it subsided. And that is why across the western coast, despite a steep slope, you have a wider continental shelf. That is why in the western portion, the Western Ghats is not referred to as a hill or a mountain. The Western Ghats are referred to as what? Escarpment. That is, development of a scarp happens when? When you have a fault line across which a land simply sinks. That is why Western Ghats, if you will observe, has got a steep wall-like feature, which indicates that at one point of time land would have continued, but the other portion has now went underneath the sea. There was another crack which developed here, and this also sunk. Now, while that sunk, it created a gap in this region. A gap was created here. And as per the various different geographers from Edward Seuss to Koteshwaram, all of them, they basically have opined that once that gap was created, that is when the region of the Meghalaya Plateau, that was separated from the rest of the Peninsular Plateau, which earlier was a same. But once that gap was created, that provided a pathway for the mighty Himalayan rivers, that is Brahmaputra, Ganga. The mighty Himalayan rivers followed this pathway. And in the process, while they were flowing there, they started depositing sediments. And that is where you have the present day region of West Bengal, the present day region of Bangladesh. They are nothing but the sedimentary deposits which have happened over those subsided land mass, which was very much a part of Peninsular Plateau to begin with. So that is the gap which is referred to as the Rajmahal gap or the Rajmahal Garo gap. Rajmahal Garo gap, or it is also referred to as Malda gap, because it exists in the region around Malda. That is where it exists, and this is where you have the Rajmahal Hills. And immediately beyond the Rajmahal Hills, River Ganga takes a sudden southward bend. Okay? So that is how the entirety of the landmass came into formation. And these have been so old, very, very old, that it has underwent multiple stages of upliftment, subsidence, upliftment, subsidence. That is why multiple phases of erosion and weathering has basically exposed the lower layers of the plateau now, all these plateaus. So where is it that you find majority of the mineral deposits? In the region of Chota Nagpur Plateau, in the region of Bastar Plateau, in the region of Karnataka Plateau, in the region around Bundelkhand, in the region of Aravallis, in the region of Meghalaya Plateau. You don't find many minerals in the region of Deccan. Why? Because these have covered the entire area with basaltic deposits. Maybe after 10 million years, you will again find a lot of minerals here. In this area of Deccan Trap, now you have these basic rocks. They are getting disintegrated, weathered, and they are forming the black soil. So that is the region where you will find the presence of black soil. Okay? So I hope this is understood. Gap basically is used because that is a gap between the rest of the Peninsular Plateau and the portion which is separated. Okay? So I hope this is understood. Basically, if you take a look at the extent of it, Delhi Ridge in the northwest, Rajmahal Hills in the east, Gir Ranges in the west, Cardamom Hills to the south, and Shillong and Karbi Anglong Plateau, an extension of the Peninsular Plateau. Okay, that is the extent of it. So broadly, if you take a look at it, the Peninsular Plateau is also divided by various names. You have the Deccan Plateau, which includes the region of the Deccan Traps, the Karnataka Highlands, the Telangana Plateau, etc. Central Highlands around the region of Vindhyas, Satpuras. And you have the northeastern, that is the Karbi Anglong and Shillong Plateau. So they are named. So here you have the Aravallis, for example, the oldest fold mountains, right? That is where you have the Aravallis. This is where you will have the Vindhyas and Satpuras. I hope now you are able to understand why In the region of Vindhyas and Satpuras, you don't have a fold mountain, but you have a block mountain in existence. You don't have a fold mountain here. And in between them, they have created a rift valley. That rift valley is followed by river Narmada. Here also a rift valley was created in Chota Nagpur Plateau. And that rift valley is utilized by which river? In Chota Nagpur Plateau, this is a major river, which was earlier also referred to as the Sorrow of Bengal. Very good, Abhishek. It is River Damodar, right? Amit and Binita as well. River Damodar follows that rift valley. And then this is where you have the Chota Nagpur Plateau, right? The Rajmahal Hills. This is the entire Deccan Trap extent of it. Even furthermore, then here you have the Meghalaya Plateau, Telangana Plateau. Here you have the Karnataka Plateau. Here you have Malwa Plateau. Here you have Bundelkhand, then Baghelkhand. Here you have the Bastar Plateau. That is what constitutes the entirety of Peninsular Plateau. This is one particular part, guys, that you won't find in the books. Any book that you refer to, even for the portion of optional area, you will find broken pieces here and there about the Chota Nagpur, Bastar, Craton, etc. But this is a kind of a chronology. If you understand it, now that you have heard it, try to recollect it, look at the map, just stare at the map and think about the formation. It should not be that you stare at a map and you start thinking, okay, tomorrow I have to go there and there I'll have a good party. No. If you start to think that how this would have come into existence, you'll be able to paint a complete picture which will never exit your mind. Regardless of whenever you give the attempt, it will never exit the mind. This was asked by UPSC as well. UPSC asked a question this year. Discuss the properties of Peninsular Plateau, of Deccan Traps. So if you have the idea of how they were created, why they have a certain kind of characteristic, that solves majority of the problems that we face. Okay? So that is where we'll end the session here. I hope this was interesting enough for you guys. I hope this is something that you extract out of the today's class, and this is something that you extract out of Indian geography. It will make the rest of the Indian geography simple as well. See you again tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll complete the rest and we'll enter into the river systems of India. Okay? Gagan, is it due to this crack in Deccan Plateau, Bangalore being on leeward side? Yes, the cracks which exist, that has created gaps in the Western Ghats. And those gaps, that is the Thal Ghat and Bhor Ghat, allow rainfall to move through the region of, to the region of Nashik and Pune as well. Similarly, is the case with region of Bangalore as well. Okay? And why not agricultural practice there at Bhabar? Anil, agricultural practice is done in Bhabar, but only certain kinds of crops because you have coarse grains. So fertility is also less because these are older deposits. That is why. Pranay, very briefly you can write. If you write it very briefly in the first portion of introduction, that will be very significant and insightful for the evaluator. So you should have the ability to concise this formation of Deccan Trap within 2 to 3 sentences. Okay. Jasveer, whatever you have understood after the session, try to write it on your own. Look at the map, it will be easier to recreate it. Look at the annotations of the PPT, it will be easier to recreate. That will be sufficient. Seni, why trapped not found in region of other parts of plateau, though they also, so you had the layers, the flood basalt that happened only in this region. In the other area, I'll not go into so technical detail, but you have another kind of eruption, that is andesitic eruption. So that andesitic eruption is observed in many of the areas. That is why. It is only in this area somewhere around Chota Nagpur Plateau that you have basaltic formation there as well. But otherwise, in most of them, you have andesitic. Hence, that andesitic eruption tends to accumulate. It can form a stratovolcano, it can form a conical volcano, cinder cone, but it will never form a kind of a shield feature that is created by the basaltic. Yes, you can, Sahil. Yaram Sethi, due to mining in future, Chota Nagpur plateau below lava will come out. No, 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 no. Lava erupted long time back, 3.5 billion, 3 billion years ago almost, or at least 2 billion years ago. And at that point of time, the presence was very different, right? It is not as if lava is still present here. The position of India was very different. So think about it. Where does the magmatic eruption come from? From the region of the mantle. Now that portion has been disconnected. So why will the magma come out? Devansh, normal fault. And Karti, Malda Gap exists between which plateaus? The Karbi Anglong Plateau to the east and the Chota Nagpur Plateau to the west. Deccan Trap, Amit, has been created as a result of volcanic eruption from the Reunion Island hotspot that has spread in multiple different layers, and that is why they have the step-like feature of the sites that we refer to as Deccan Traps. And Pranay, why there is mineral differentiation? Obviously, Deccan Trap is much newer. The region of Chota Nagpur, the region, see, Deccan Trap formation is only around 80-90 million years old, whereas Chota Nagpur Plateau is easily 1.5 to 2 billion years old, 2.5 billion years old as well. Same is the case with Karnataka Plateau as well. So obviously the ones which are older, you will find greater exposure of minerals, greater exposure of the lower layers. Recently, any new landform or island is getting created in oceans. Yaram Sethi, in the region of Pacific, especially Western Pacific, new islands are emerging. In fact, look at the region of Tonga. That many of the islands have been created very recently, and the islands have been consumed as well. In the region of Run of Kutch, because of a pyrogenic force during the earthquake of 1819, you had emergence of a new island there. So that happens. Then can you again say why all rivers drain into Bay of Bengal? Because the slope has been from west to east. Why the slope has been from west to east? So after this, the Deccan formation happened, Deccan Trap formation happened, you had kilometers thick of lava deposit. Now, the fresh magma which wanted to come out could not break through the surface. So rather, they formed a kind of an intrusive formation, and it formed a bulge which provided a slope from west to east. Okay. Siddhant, let me find your question. Siddhant, my dear friend, please ask your question once again. Okay, your question is, in Varanasi, there is a large area of sand adjoining the path of Ganga. Is it alluvial plain? Yes. But no sort of agriculture takes place? Yes, correct. Because it is a silt deposit which has happened, and it can frequently, again, it can be flooded, and again it will recede. So you have very fine sediments. So there it is mobile as well. That is why you don't have sedimentary or agricultural practices taking place there. Those are also found in the middle of the river sometimes, near the, if you look at the, in Varanasi itself, if you take a look at the railway bridge or the road bridges which exist, near the pillars of the bridge also you will find a similar kind of a land formation. So that happens due to the slowing of down of the river and forming those deposits. Many of the times it also is referred to as a sandbar. Okay. Siddhant, I hope it is understood. And Andaman Nicobar, Yaram Sethi will talk about tomorrow how they have been created. Sushri, if magma is present in the west of, as of now, in this entire region of Peninsular Plateau, no magma is present. As of now, magmatic presence is observed only in this area. And recently to the north, that is in the region of China, Western China. Active volcano in India, only one, that is Barren Island volcano, Vaibhav. Right. And Kamalpal, I am able to understand the concepts but not able to express it in answer. So that is a normal thing, disconnect between the mind and the muscle that happens. Try to write it in your own words. Don't try to write answers directly. Try to write a thing that you have understood in your own words. You will find that what you have written is not exactly what you meant. So refine it multiple times. Eventually, you will reach a stage where you are able to pinpoint and write it concisely. That is when your answer writing will improve. Okay? Older deposits were near the river flow once? No. The older deposits were created once the river flow was in excess, closer to those areas. That is when the older deposits were created. Pranay, if there is no hills or no obstruction at that time, no rainfall. I'm unable to understand the question, Pranay. Himanshi, Peninsular Plateau is roughly in triangular shape. That is why, yes, it is surrounded by water from three sides, hence the name Peninsular Plateau. Do deserts transform into grasslands? Yes, they do. In fact, the reverse of it also takes place. And Sahara Desert 14,000 years ago was not a desert. It was a tropical forested area. So this happens. Hills are mandatory for causing rainfall? Mostly. But other than that, for example, in here, if you have the formation of or causation of rainfall, that happens because of development of extreme low pressure and availability of moisture from nearby areas. Why land sinks, Amit? Because of endogenic forces, endogenic, epirogenic forces that are present, diastrophism, etc., that we have covered in module 4 and 5. Look at that. Then how the intrusive force of magma forms bulge. That happened, Sushri, around 80-90 million years ago when India was very much in southern hemisphere near the Reunion Islands. At that point of time, it was that magma which came closer to the crust and that provided the kind of an uplift. Now you don't find it because now that source of magma has moved. Example of block mountain, Vindhyas. Vindhyas in India, Ranjan, and Vosges in the region of Europe, they are block mountains. Okay, so that is where we'll restrict it today, guys. See you again tomorrow. Take care of yourself. Thank you and goodbye.